So I decided to try and start a new way of reading my emails. Um, Essentially, some of the help that I expected um, has just sort of suddenly dropped out of my life, and I mean the person is still there, but they're just so incredibly busy going to extra meetings and it's just I've given them a lot of grace because I know I have to. But yeah, so I have been on LinkedIn a lot, but I haven't actually gotten around to the work that I was supposed to do for my bicycle and pedestrian advocacy, and also for the Reading City Planning Commission. So I'm going to start by reading the emails that I printed out on paper, and then I'm going to try and go to the emails that are electronic. But first, I wanted to start with a reflection. And this particular concept is caring. So I envision myself as caring. However, one would do that. Okay, Google, what does it mean to be caring?
On the website dictionary.com, they say, feeling or showing care for, concern about, or attentiveness to other people's needs, compassionate, thoughtful. I often speak of our desire to build a smart and caring nation that nurtures its citizens.
Hmm. Okay. So this has something to do with motivation towards action. Okay, Google, describe that point in psychology when someone has passed the tipping point towards making an action.
On the website journals.uchicago.edu, they say, in other words, when people have the opportunity to be the tipping point versus not, they consider their potential impact on others, and these feelings directly influence their behavior and result in a sense of obligation that also drives behavior.
Hmm. Okay, Google, describe the psychological concept of following through with a task.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay, Google, how is motivation discovered?
I don't know the answer to that specific question, but according to positivepsychology.com, goal motivation. Goals, like mindset, beliefs, expectations, and self concept, are sources of internal motives. These cognitive sources of motivation unite and spring us into action. Goals are generated by what is not, or in other words, a discrepancy between where we are and where we want to be.
Okay, Google, metaphysically, how is it possible to locate ourselves?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google, what does it mean to ask where we are and where we are going?
I don't know the answer to that specific question, but according to Quora.com, the literal meaning of this phrase means just what it says, the location where we are physically standing. Quote doc, if you want to relax, you could ask me to help you stretch.
Hmm. Of course, the definition, if it's only where we are physically standing, not where we are philosophically as a society, then it doesn't seem like we are really moving, if you will, because most of the motion in society has to be done with the mind. Okay, Google, Describe the psychological concept of believing in one's self.
On the website verywellmind.com, they say, self-efficacy is a person's belief in their ability to complete a task or achieve a goal. It encompasses their confidence in themselves to control their behavior, exert an influence over their environment, and stay motivated in the pursuit of their goal.
Goal, that's a very Capricorn word. Okay, Google. Why is it important to live in the present?
On the website kisaholics.com, they say, living in the present refers to being actively engaged in your present moment. Living your life consciously and believing in each moment you breathe is a gift. It allows the person to experience life fully. It makes the person feel more joy, happiness, and gratitude.
All right, here goes. First email, I'm looking at the update from Chrissy Houlihan, who's not, well, it was a special town hall that I attended the other day. It was the one having to do with essentially how to fight back against the Trump stuff and everything that was progressing with that. But this email that I'm looking at is actually from late February, and Representative Houlihan discusses her state of the 6th Pennsylvania U.S. House District, and they were at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Okay, Google, tell me about the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville.
According to Wikipedia, the Colonial Theater is located in Phoenixville, Pennsylvania, at 227 Bridge Street. Built in 1903, the Colonial Opera House became a preeminent venue for movies, traveling shows, and live entertainment throughout the 20th century.
Interesting. So, trying to put myself there in my mind for a moment. Okay, so I'm imagining myself walking along the sidewalk there, and I don't think I've actually ever been there in real life, but it says apologies to those of you who had to be turned away when we reached max capacity. So I'm imagining a huge crowd at the door, and people being told that they can't go in because the thing is filled capacity. Oh, okay. So the town hall was the town hall, but the but actually the state of the 6th was the special event, so to speak. Okay. So now I am crossing the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, and I am envisioning myself sitting in a seat at this Munich Security Conference. Okay, Google, what happened at the Munich Security Conference?
I don't know the answer to that specific question, but according to Britannica.com,
Okay,
Munich
Google,
Agreement.
stop. Okay. That was not the answer I was looking for. It was going to give me some World War II information. But interesting to know. So I'm just going to have to ad lib this. So I'm thinking about my seat at the conference, and I'm thinking, what would I say if I were there? The main concern seems to be Ukraine. And the thing is, what does Ukraine really symbolize? Well, I would say it essentially symbolizes the manipulation of a duality, a presumed duality between two polar opposites, maybe not necessarily extreme polar opposites, but okay, let me see if I can go to Russia in my mind and try and get a feel of the people there. Hmm. Okay, so I do recall hearing that when Evan Gershkovich was working in Russia, he he had said that the Russian people had tried to forget that Putin was in power and mostly liked to, go out and drink and party a lot and would lean into their careers, I guess. Hmm. And then I go back to Ukraine in my mind, and I'm thinking, well, they don't have the same luxury as the Russian people do because they're under siege. And so they're sort of in a similar situation to maybe like what the famed Jewish author was saying about the Holocaust. Um, the passage that I had read about in that book was when he was trying to see what he would be allowed to bring into the concentration camp. And the concentration camp, of course, symbolizes a dark time for a society or or a nation, if you will, in regards to a society that generally hasn't concerned itself with that particular nation's needs. And then I think about, the Palestinians. I think about how there's so much psychological manipulation, and I don't necessarily want to be outright accusatory and lash out my feelings without actually thinking about something like researching it or deeply contemplating it. Israel and Palestine is another duality, just like Russia and Ukraine. But the duality is kept up so that we might be perpetually at war, it seems. Okay, Google, how many times has Putin tried to invade Ukraine?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
24th February 2022. Okay, so World War II, 1939 to 1945, Russo-Ukrainian War, 2014 to present. 2014 to present includes annexation of Crimea by the Russian Federation in 2014, war in Donbas from 2014 to 2022, and then the Russian invasion of Ukraine from 2022 to present. So we must think of what it means to us, the potential of a sovereign nation. Of course, nations and sovereignty not really having much meaning in the larger scope of things as we are humanity. Um, okay, Google, what's the difficulty with seeing oneself as part of a humanity rather than a nation?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Hmm. let's see here. Okay, okay, Google. How does one make an appeal to peace?
I couldn't find an answer to that specific question, but according to UN.org, conflict prevention, mediation, peacekeeping, peace building, and disarmament are essential tools the United Nations uses to foster lasting peace worldwide.
Okay, Google. What are some of the philosophies behind peace building?
On the website hope-trainings.squarespace.com, they say, Overview, peace building, intended to have a multidimensional approach that addresses economic, social, and political issues. Important to emphasize the importance of inclusivity of underrepresented groups, relationship building, and reconciliation.
Hmm. Okay, so okay, Google. How often is the Munich Security Conference?
According to Wikipedia, the Munich Security Conference, MSC, formerly Munich Conference on Security Policy, is an annual conference on international security policy that has been held in Munich, Germany, since 1963.
Hmm. Okay, Google. What was discussed at the first Munich Conference on Security Policy?
I don't know the answer to that specific question, but according to nationalarchives.gov.uk, at Munich, Chamberlain got an international agreement that Hitler should have the Sudetenland in exchange for Germany making no further demands for land in Europe. Chamberlain said it was peace for our time.
Oh dear. Okay, Google. Why did Chamberlain believe he could make peace with Hitler?
On the website nationalarchives.gov.uk, they say, Chamberlain's appeasement policy bought a valuable year for Britain to get ready for the war which was bound to come. Chamberlain believed that Hitler was a man of his word. The decision to give the Sudetenland to Germany let down the Czech people.
Okay, Google. Never mind.
According to Wikipedia, Nevermind is the second studio album by the American rock band Nirvana.
Okay,
released on
Google,
September-
stop. Okay. So, zeroing in on a particular word. Okay, democracy. Okay, very strong word. Okay, usually associated with the word defend. So, something to do with the people defending, okay, defending rights. Okay, Google, when is it necessary for a people to defend their rights?
I couldn't find an answer to that specific question, but according to Co.in, human rights are needed to protect and preserve every individual's humanity, to ensure that every individual can live a life of dignity and a life that is worthy of a human being.
So, this would be a very irrational question, probably for an AI to be asked. But, okay, Google, are some people more human than others?
On the website pnas.org, they say, Yet, throughout history, humans have breathed life into the Orwellian adage that all are equal, but some are more equal than others. Here, participants staunchly rejected this adage, with the overwhelming majority of over 61,000 participants reporting that all humans are equally human.
Huh. Let me see if I can move this a little bit closer. Nope, I guess I can't. All right. La 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 la. Okay, that's interesting. It doesn't get any louder unless I'm closer. Okay. So, we were thinking about humanity, democracy. These are very charged words. Okay, Google, why is humanity a charged word?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
The word humanity is from the Latin humanitas for human nature and kindness. Humanity includes all the humans, but it can also refer to the kind of feelings that humans show to each other. Okay, so I see. So someone could use the word to essentially play the victim if they needed control, if they felt that things were going out of order, and they externalized their own internal lack of order. Interesting. So, um, misguided. Okay. Okay, Google. What kind of linguistic features does J.D. Vance's speeches have?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Debate linguistics reveals the politics at play in the 2024 election. Linguist and socio-phonetician Nicole Holiday analyzes the language used by candidates in the recent presidential and vice presidential debates. Deconstructing J.D. Vance's speech on AI, London Business School. Focus is important. Vance concluded his Paris speech by exhorting the audience to focus and to catch lightning in a bottle. Vance Munich speech. Read full transcript from Foreign Policy. What Vance's nomination speech tells us about his vision of the American dream, I guess, in theconversation.com. J.D. Vance surfaces the strange, sometimes openly hateful language from IrishTimes.com. Okay. We'll have to look at that later. Election integrity, free speech, and free press. So, how is it that people that could be speaking about freedom would actually mean the opposite? And of course, therein is sort of off language in itself, because how would we know that we were promoting freedom? Okay, Google, how does one know that one is actually promoting freedom?
I don't know the answer to that specific question, but according to en.wikipedia.org, international, regional, and national standards also recognize that freedom of speech, as the freedom of expression, includes any medium, whether orally, in writing, in print, through the internet, or art forms.
So it would seem that anyone who wanted to exert their freedom in order to repress someone else's freedom, that wouldn't actually be freedom. Okay, Google, how could appeals to freedom be repressive?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, so we take this from a speech from Mark Passio, where he essentially says he would love it if everybody shared, but only voluntarily. He would love a resource-based economy. It feels good materially, but not but not entirely spiritually. Why is that? It's because essentially there's coercion involved, even if it's behavioralism, even if it creates good behavior, it still does not allow for freedom. So, as B.F. Skinner would talk about, is freedom the most important thing? and then do people who make appeals to freedom usually end up utilizing people? Because we had this essay contest at some point called What Price Freedom? And it was the contest was run by somebody who who had a very active military family. And the thing is, it wasn't clear that everyone thought that it was necessary to die for freedom if you couldn't necessarily believe the people who were talking about freedom. And then, of course, during the Iraq War, a lot of people said, well, a lot of people died for a lie because they didn't know what the primary purpose of it was. They didn't know who were the primary beneficiaries. Okay. So, looking at this email, as far as universal appeal, I would say it has somewhat of a weak appeal because, okay, so free speech, free press, offender. So it's definitely coming into play with the divisive language. So yeah, the information seems dry because it's somewhat old, but I'm trying to figure out why. Okay, Google, why is repetitive information dry?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Don't repeat yourself, also known as duplication is evil, is a principle of software development aimed at reducing repetition of information which is likely to change, replacing it with abstractions that are less likely to change, or using data normalization which avoids redundancy in the first place. Okay, Google, what is data normalization?
According to Wikipedia, database normalization is the process of structuring a relational database in accordance with a series of so-called normal forms in order to reduce data redundancy and improve data integrity. It was first proposed by British computer scientist Edgar F. Codd as part of his relational model.
Okay, Google, what is a relational database?
According to Wikipedia, a relational database is a database based on the relational model of data, as proposed by E. F. Codd in 1970. A relational database management system is a type of database management system that stores data in a structured format using rows and columns.
Rows and columns. Yes, almost no one seems to be able to interpret data anymore. So all of this is words, but the thing is, we need to be able to put data into words. And it seems like a lot of the analysts are being grabbed up quickly by the more authoritarian elements of society, even if they didn't intend to be part of it. Okay, part of it. Okay, Google, how do you know if you're part of something?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
When you're comfortable and accepted as your authentic self, you feel part of something. A sense of belonging also motivates you to reciprocate and develop stable, enduring relationships and fight for these connections. Human beings are intrinsically motivated by the need to belong. I feel like I don't belong. How to stop feeling like an outsider? That almost seems like gaslighting. So, if there's in-group, out-group things that are going on, it means that the group is not welcoming. It doesn't mean like a person is feeling like an outsider. It doesn't mean that they're making a conscious choice to exclude themselves. But then when we think of in terms of government, the people who compromised so that they could keep their jobs, what is a job really? I mean, just like, you know, borders and stuff like that. In the long run, if we're all humans, why does somebody need to be recognized for a certified contribution, why can't they just contribute and be recognized by individuals rather than, say, official boards and stuff like that? We set up a system to be fair, but that's because a lot of the people in power deliberately were trying to be unfair, it seems. And so and so the conflicts were between people who were on the lower rungs of society, and they would fight amongst each other instead of trying to defeat the system of definitions, which presumably are tied to people somewhere, that essentially allowed for these conflicts to happen because of scarcity of information or scarcity of resources other than information, that that were hoarded by certain individuals. I mean, assuming that this hypothetical occult religious group exists that Mark Passio is talking about. Okay, Google. How long has the United States had a good relationship with Europe?
On the website uscu.usmission.gov, they say, diplomatic relations between the U.S. and the European Community were initiated in 1953 when the first U.S. observers were sent to the European Coal and Steel Community. The U.S. mission to the ECSC formally opened in Luxembourg in 1956.
Okay. Phone. Okay, so the word I focus on is phone. How is the phone a conduit? Okay, Google. How is a phone a spiritual conduit?
Sorry, it looks like that device hasn't been set up yet.
Still a great question. Okay, so the phone essentially is the medium. Instead of you going to, say, Catholic Church and getting a physical object that you actually imbibe from a priest, now essentially the bread that you eat is the information. And then of course, I suppose there's information shared in good faith and bad faith, and therefore you would essentially have good bread and bad bread, if you will. Okay, Google, what is a gravy train?
Here's the definition of gravy train. Informal. Used to refer to a situation in which someone can make a lot of money for very little effort.
Okay, so funding. Okay, so let's combine phone with funding. If the access to the information is blocked, then one would not know about economic losses or economic gains in a macro system. Okay. Hungry children, research and treat cancer, care for our veterans. Okay. So, dire situations. Has there been a denial of dire situations? Have we answered, as Catholics after World War II used to say, answered the social question, which of course, did allow Europe to have some social programs, but perhaps not enough. Okay, Google, what was the social question after World War II?
I'm not sure about the answer to your specific question, but according to study.com, society changed after WW2 in many ways. Economies were growing stronger. A baby boom occurred and the middle class was strengthened. After the war, the feminist movement gained momentum since so many women worked during WW2.
Middle class. So, so what was it worth? Okay, so women working during World War II, but then middle class strengthened. But usually, middle class strengthened is a is a factor of division of labor in scarce societies. So, so I don't want to either or this, but does it seem that some of the women who worked in World War II went back to homemaking and then raised very knowledgeable children who became feminists? Or did the women who worked during World War II refuse to go back to homemaking and and then had many, say, spiritually adopted children who they, I don't know, educated at Planned Parenthood or something like that? Okay, Google, what percentage of women continued to work after World War II?
I'm not sure about the answer to your specific question, but according to en.wikipedia.org, after World War II, by 1950 the portion of all women in the labor force was down to 32%. However, married women had joined in extraordinary numbers over the previous decade, with most age groups increasing their labor participation by an unprecedented 10 percentage points.
Hmm. Okay. So it seems like when we speak of a dire circumstance, we are creating an element of passivity, and we are suggesting that in our hopelessness or helplessness, that someone ought to help us, but but because because we know what is right, but simply the right object doesn't imply a deity would save us or some other higher power. So, okay, so Putin, Russia, China, bad actors, aggressors, active. Um, but simply because we would act against something doesn't necessarily mean that our action was correct. It would just mean that we would enter on one side of a conflict. And if that conflict was contained within a larger paradigm that had secret constructs attached to it, it would seem to indicate that we wouldn't be able to control it, and one side or the other or both would be completely destroyed, and um, and the third group that was unaccounted for would massively profit from these demises. While other third groups would suffer from the conflict between those two groups as they were caught in the middle. So, Ukraine is essentially caught in the middle of two larger groups who don't necessarily and never have necessarily shared the interest, although those two larger groups must always be defined as having the best interest of that third group, even though that third group is taking the fallout for those two larger systems conflict of code, if you will. Interesting. So, once again, it's that whole concept of people having to needing to be portrayed, or I should say, people with more power needing to be portrayed as um, as following a right hand path when they are in fact following a left hand path. Selfishness rather than altruism. But it doesn't necessarily matter um, per se in terms of that we need to evaluate each case one by one, because otherwise sometimes if we do have a legitimate need, we may be delegitimized by the more powerful actor um, when we should be selfish, um, so that we can, preserve ourselves enough to be functional. I'm not necessarily going to go beyond the line where someone ought to destroy themselves just for someone else's sport or profit. Significant security alliance, NATO. Okay, Google, how secure is NATO?
I don't know the answer to that specific question, but according to nato.usmission.gov, the NATO alliance consists of 30 member states from North America and Europe. Article 5 of the treaty states that if an armed attack occurs against one of the member states, it should be considered an attack against all members, and other members
Article
shall assist
5.
the attacked member with armed forces if necessary.
I'm putting myself in Ukraine at the moment. I'm sensing the desperation of Putin and the confusion of the Russian soldiers. I'm sensing also the loss of the dead Ukrainian soldiers and the loss of the people of Ukraine. I'm also sensing a partial lie in the sense that there was trying to be a convincement that the Ukrainian people were like us, but the Sudanese were not like us. I do remember that article. So, what about color of skin would actually prevent people from seeing a oneness in humanity? Okay, Google, what about color of skin might affect someone's interpretation of who's part of humanity?
I'm not sure about the answer to your specific question, but according to GlasgowScienceCenter.org, the biological differences between people of different skin colors are minor. Between any two humans, the amount of genetic variation, or difference, is around 0.1% and do not justify the unequal treatment of people based on race.
So it would seem that racism is a learned behavior and a cultured behavior, as Jacques Fresco was saying. Interesting. And so, just like political systems are acculturated. And so the thing is, culture, when it's okay, examined, superficial. How to examine something? There's no prerogative for how we examine something to get really clear-cut thinking, is there? Because everything seems relative to culture, except that we have determined in history that there were times when many civilizations, hearing an outcry, would be able to supersede a particular nation's need for privacy. Privacy also including the boundaries where other cultures are essentially not allowed. Not physical boundaries, but conceptual boundaries. We're talking about spaces. So Israel says to many nations, do not enter into our space when we need to discipline the Palestinians as though they are children, so to speak. And then, of course, even outside of physical boundaries, we consider the ideas of acculturation and colonialism and imperialism. People owning other people de facto would be a type of imperialism. People actually controlling other people's minds would be a colonialism. Let's see. Havoc, nuclear, avian flu, inbound missiles, hackers, very strong language. This is marketing. Well, of course. If they didn't market effectively, then they wouldn't have an audience. So, okay, Google, how does one market effectively using storytelling?
Here's a summary from the website storycheat.io. Storytelling marketing: how to capture your audience's attention. Examples by Kiehl's Whole Foods and Dyson. Feature a relatable protagonist. Keep it real, keep it authentic. Use emotions to connect with your audience. And more.
But it's just the shock words that get me. I mean, I know they're supposed to get me, but they're getting me in another way. in the sense that I don't want to be shocked. I would rather have information. Um, and I see almost as if the audience isn't necessarily me, because these words and their implications are simple in their attempted complexity. And so that's the thing about professionals or professionalism is that the high-handed language always needs to be used, and the low level of density of information has to be used. But incidentally, even though the low level of density of information is being used, um, words with significant meaning are being used, like at least emotionally. But I almost wish that some of these words with significant meaning weren't emotional. I almost wish we could have something that was a little bit more statistical or something like that, a little bit more, I guess, empirical. Maybe that's the word I was looking for. Okay, MailChimp. All we can save circle. Hope community action. Hope is a more passive trait, I would think. Okay, Google, what is hope?
Here's the definition of hope: a feeling of expectation and desire for a certain thing to happen.
Huh. Okay, I'm imagining my desires for this city in context of this nation. Actually, let's limit the scope of this debate to just the city. Okay, Google, what is a city's relation to a nation?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
A city state is an independent sovereign city which serves as the center of political, economic, and cultural life or its contiguous territory. Okay, well, anyway. Wait a minute. The city of God, the ideal city of the mind. What's in the mind? Okay, you only need politics if you have government. You only need economy if you have government. And you only need culture if, well, I'll just say it that way. You only need culture if you have government. Yes, church government essentially determines the culture. So every cultural aspect is essentially a church. Interesting. Expand, flipped, and rekindle it. Okay, truth. Truth. Humanity. Okay. So I'm imagining traveling back in time. I'm visiting the Mayans, the Aztecs, the Egyptians, the Sumerians, the Persians, the Greeks, the Romans. Did I miss anything? Oh, probably the ancient Indian culture or the ancient South African culture. Something we don't really necessarily know about. I'm picking up objects with my hands, turning them in my hands, feeling the power within them. I'm bringing back the meaning to this time period. The object doesn't necessarily want to go because the time stream is resisting it. The time stream is resisting it because some of the newer philosophies are based on fallacies that were missed during the development of philosophy. And the words of all these people are constructing the timeline. And there's this urge to sort of bring back certain old ideas. It would be a fallacy to say that all the old or that all the new were good, but time and again, it would seem that as long as a duality exists, an old culture that was difficult will always seek to return. But I wouldn't necessarily deem people as difficult. I would I would deem their circumstances as difficult in that information for them has been manipulated. How do you de-occult? How do you unmanipulate a society when they are so certain that you who would speak the truth are the enemy? How would you know that you spoke the truth? Would you reassure yourself and potentially go deeper into a lie? I don't know. Open mic night. Well, looks like I missed this. And you also had to sign up too. Okay, Google. How is a sign up kind of like a certificate?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
A certificate based signature, like a conventional handwritten signature, identifies the person signing a document. Okay, Google. Why is it important to verify your identity to go to a party?
On the website regulaforensics.com, they say, first, organizers must identify their users to ensure they are real individuals, not scammers or fakes.
And so, because of the whatever control that these hypothetical elites have, this is another conflict between common people in that in that one common person must always hold the other common person in contempt. There must be all of these in-group, out-group definitions that are ad hoc, which determines whether one is worthy of entering a certain space. And all of these conceptions of worthiness, of course, were designed by the corrupt to essentially keep out those who would say that the space itself um, is corrupt rather than protective. Interesting. And that certain people within those spaces were mind controlled essentially by someone outside of the space who had been purported to be an adversary at some point, but de facto that person, by their by their concepts, is a friend because that organization heeds the calling, so to speak, of that larger organization that needs to surveil and needs to conceal its identity and purpose. Movie night. I missed that as well. Discrimination ban. Okay. We're talking here about erasures of culture. Okay, Google. What does psychology say about erasure of cultures?
I'm not sure about the answer to your specific question, but according to en.wikipedia.org, the concept involves two propositions. Firstly, that people are shaped by their culture, and secondly, that culture is shaped by its people. Cultural psychology aims to define culture, its nature, and its function concerning psychological phenomena.
People are shaped by culture. Culture is shaped by the people, if they are allowed. So there are gatekeepers. No. Okay, Google. Give me an example of gatekeeping within intersex communities.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Refusing to take on trans or gender diverse patients and clients, requiring unnecessary steps in order to access gender affirmation. Okay, so denial, so partial denial, if not outright denial. So still, in essence, denial of humanity and the idea of a person, but the idea of a person being created so that inequality could be could reign essentially. um, in the sense of legalities, in the sense of history of the United States, because for so long black people were not considered people, and there was 200 years of slavery. So there was a precedent which prevented understanding. So that word, understanding, understanding means foundation, the core of what we believe. So, like Common Core, yes, things like worldview. How do we get here? Where are we going? Is there some kind of final changing event or something like that, as in millenarianism? Um, wouldn't it be better to just focus on the now? If we don't, we would focus on the now if we didn't actually think we had a chance. But the marketing might make us think we have a chance so that we would rebel and try to overthrow ideas, and then we would be rebuked in a marginalizing way so as to destroy our advancement. Now, this barrage of this destruction of advancement tends to come from religions. But suffice to say, almost every form of entertainment that we have is a religion. It's just that these worldly entertainments, so to speak, can get to the point where some people feel that they need to affect the rights of others. And if they can't win in a legitimate way, they would have to do it in an illegitimate way. And I understand that some people who can't get a leg up would believe that they are standing up for themselves when they are, really down on their luck, not just down on their luck, but completely being destroyed. And so they would hack and find a way around it. But how is it that the dominant group believes that they need to do that? Are their eyes not opened to the fact that they are so populous and so much more successful, um, and and that they are essentially illegitimately using the same arguments against the rest of us, that we didn't work for what we have? It's because it has to be a certain type of labor class in order for it to be considered work, doesn't it? But what if other things could be considered work, such as suffering? Even in the Bible, it talks about long suffering. It doesn't necessarily mean working with a hammer. Hmm. Okay, Google, is it possible to contract autism?
On the website networkhealth.com, they say, first, it's important to understand that autism cannot develop in adults. Autism is caused by atypical brain development that occurs at the young age we mentioned above. By the time someone has reached an adult age, basic neurodevelopment has already completed.
Interesting. So autism cannot set in adulthood, but it can also go unrecognized until adulthood. Interesting. Okay, Google, can transgenderism be adopted later in life?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Oh, no, it doesn't know what I'm asking for. Okay, Google, can transgender feelings be gotten later in life?
On the website nhs.uk, they say, this often happens around puberty, when young people might feel that their physical appearance does not match their gender identity. This feeling can continue into adulthood, with some people having a strong desire to change parts of their physical appearance, such as facial hair or breasts.
Hmm. Okay, Google, why do intersex people not identify as LGBTQ?
On the website outrightinternational.org, they say, after all, intersex is not a sexual orientation or gender identity, and most born with innate variations of sex anatomy don't even identify as queer.
Hmm. Okay, Google, how to improve knowledge within a community?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
The key is to really include the community and find ways for them to share stories. Oh, yes, that's what Houlihan wanted us to do, share our stories if we thought we were going to lose benefits. Okay, Google, Why is physical gender a bigger issue than race for Republicans?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Okay, Google. Why are the two sexes a bigger issue for conservatives than race?
My apologies. I don't understand.
Okay, Google. Why would conservatives come up with a duality?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Huh. The survivor found is a perfectly decent human being, at the same time go out of their way to make it hard. Is conservative liberal duality an artifact or modern Western? It's taking too long to load. Oh wait, there we are. Or modern Western culture, or have people always been wrestling with it? I base my answer on my humble understanding of written human history. Each human being by nature and nurture has both elements of adherence or conformance, conservative and risque or breakout or tolerant, liberal. So I sincerely doubt this duality is a new slash Western concept. Even in older societies, I read about some as old as gleaned from what Egyptian workers wrote on their jars. You see the interplay of tolerance and reverence, of rule following and rule breaking. Okay, Google, is gender a spectrum?
On the website thetrevorproject.org, they say, rather than on a binary, gender and sex exist on a spectrum, meaning that there are a lot of different ways that people can express their gender identity or sex.
So culture. So, okay, Google, is gender a type of culture?
On the website outrightinternational.org, they say, although gender is often understood as a personal identity, gender can also be thought of as cultural.
Interesting.
For example, masculinity and femininity have different meanings, presentations, and roles across the world.
Okay, Google, difference between personal identity and culture.
On the website globallearning.ucdavis.edu, they say, culture is a set of norms and values that we may not even know we have because we learn them as part of growing up in a group that shares them. Identity includes culture and many other personal things about you, such as gender identity, education, religion, sexual orientation, and many others.
So people can grab onto culture as part of their identity, um, but there are some identities which are undeniable, um, even if one tries to identify tries to deject. What am I looking for? Even if somebody tries to reject the more superficial seeming parts of culture. So it seems like one in one's development of oneself, but then even that is sort of a weasel word too, because we always hear it from other people that we need to develop ourselves, but it's always relative to the needs of the the stronger guarantor, who of course is only guarantor because of privilege, and of course they can't sense that privilege because they've been indoctrinated to believe that not necessarily that they are deserving of what they have, but what they have is just a fact of life. Interesting. And so I could imagine, a a particularly a dominant culture person could go after a vulnerable person and make the same argument that essentially, you know, um, that fact of life uh, is akin to, hoarding some kind of privilege or whatever, only because it makes the dominant culture feel really um, um, inhibited. And so when the dominant culture thinks with its emotions and says, okay, that's something that's been discontinued that I'm used to having, the advantage over somebody else, that's out of the norm. And so it creates a great emotional reaction which overrides the reasoning, and then and then and then when they realize they're not able to other somebody else and make their own group seem more exclusive, then that is what essentially causes white rage, for example. So there's a need to exclude, and and granted, a dominant group person could accuse a vulnerable group person of doing that, but they don't know why the uh, vulnerable person is doing that, because they would say, if we're all equal, then the facts say we're all equal, and then of course the dominant culture could say we have equal needs, and so we need to take back that space, and so there's a confusion between colonizing a space and and actually trying to feel welcome. So the paradox of tolerance, suggests that um, allowing the intolerant person into the tolerant space would then make the tolerant space intolerant, and then of course it would also additionally create difficulties for any other people trying to enter the group, with sort of a knock knock gatekeeper kind of situation, you know, where you wouldn't necessarily be able to, tell the self from the other if somebody had a combination of privileges and deprivileges, and like multiple exceptional, multiple twice exceptional, marginalized, multiple marginalized, stuff like that. And then we speak of punching up and punching down, but of course, outside of feminism, outside of the strength and the passiveness, um, you know, uh, essentially the punching up and punching down thing doesn't really work. So then we try to be strict overall with professionalism and academicians and stuff like that. And so we figure if we start to be, say, um, rigorous in our studies and deep in our considerations, then essentially we can come to good conclusions. And we also have to do peer review, because at one point another, somebody might have better thinking than us, or depending on what they're going through, good or bad. And depending on what connections they have access to, you could rely on the research of a person who have better connections. Okay. First Friday, second Thursday. And then something that's not quite me. And then everybody goes to running oils these days. Stuff for kids. Facilitate groups. Facilitate join tabling. Okay, so there's the call to action. Why is it a call to action, and not necessarily so much for me? Is it that I lack momentum, or is that I actually can't handle more strain? Well, I mean, for the moment, I am sick, and that was a sign to me that I was under way too much strain. And also, it's a common thing of strain reduction that happens, later in a ADHD person's life, that they're not able to do what they did before, and they look back and they wonder how they were able to do whatever it was. February 20th. Oh, third Thirsty Thursday. Looks like people had fun at whatever it was. Winter 2025 Gala. Oh yeah, fundraising. Somebody's looking for a counselor. Let's see here. Okay, Google, how difficult is it to find a counselor?
On the website psychologytoday.com, they say, finding quality mental health care can feel complex and daunting at times. The demand for mental health services has been growing steadily, leading to limited availability of experienced therapists, especially in certain geographical areas or specialized fields.
It appears that I would be overwhelmed if I did try and go into a field like that. So, suitability. Making a value judgment. Who makes the value judgment of suitability? Okay, Google. Who makes the value judgment of suitability?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
What is suitability adjudication? The Office of Personnel Management and other federal agencies use suitability adjudications. Interesting. Hmm. Character, conduct, and integrity. Okay, so that explains why I can't get any federal jobs. Interesting. Um, let's see. Okay, Google. What is a romantic?
According to Wikipedia,
Okay,
romance
Google.
or romantic
What is?
love is a feeling of
Okay,
love
Google.
for or a strong attraction towards another person, and the course of behaviors undertaken by an individual
Okay,
to
Google.
express them.
What is aromantic?
According to Wikipedia, aromanticism is a romantic orientation characterized by experiencing little to no romantic attraction. The term aromantic, colloquially shortened to aro, refers to a person whose romantic orientation is aromanticism. It is distinct from, though often confused with, asexuality, the lack of sexual attraction.
Interesting. Okay, Google. What does an executive director do?
On the website business.linkedin.com, they say, an executive director sits at the helm of a nonprofit organization, steering it, managing its operations, and carrying out its mission according to the strategic direction of a board of directors.
In many ways, the role is similar to that of a chief executive officer in a for-profit corporation. Okay, Google. What is a financial director?
According to Wikipedia, a chief financial officer is an officer of a company or organization who is assigned the primary responsibility for making decisions for the company for projects and its finances. A. Financial planning, management of financial risks, record keeping, and financial reporting, and, increasingly, the analysis of data.
Okay, Google. What are the common positions in a corporate board?
On the website Revelo.com, they say, you can find celebrity directors on the boards of several U.S. companies. Other designations. Besides these common designations, there are different positions on the board, including Vice President, CFO, COO, Vigilance Chief, Zonal Head, Audit Chief, etc.
Okay, Google. How do I know I'm good at meditation?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, actually, I'm going to put myself over there. I'm going to go right over to India, sit in front of the guru, and imagine I'm saying Om. It's really hard to do that when I have a cold, at least not without coughing. But I'm imagining all the gold bowls and things like that, and I'm imagining that that instrument goes meow, and then there's somebody playing the sitar, and then there's the guru and other people in robes, and there's golden everything, and there's people outside in the marketplace. Everybody seems to be friendly and having a good time. Oh, and there's some Hershey Kisses. I don't know what those are doing there. Let's see. And they're very nice streets, and there's like tunnels, almost kind of like what there is in in Jerusalem and stuff like that. When you see it in the like in the Jesus movies and stuff, and there's like I guess those are fig trees or whatever. What kind of trees? Palm trees. Yes. Um, and I guess the houses would be made out of mud theoretically, and the streets would, the streets would be full of people like walking, and maybe every now and then one car, one motorcycle would go by, but everybody seems to be like, totally common, and and they seem to, be willing to talk to each other and stuff like that. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the more collective culture, but the thing is, if only, the collective culture doesn't need to be obligatory in any way. And then there are so many different things at the marketplace. I mean, of course, markets ideally are supposed to not be competitive necessarily, just have a variety, and there are people making noise in the streets, and all these towns, they have really well defined town squares, places where people gather, people where they have their livestock, and they give their livestock water, and they also get water for people too. And then there are like these religious centers, centers of culture, where people can at least, process their thoughts and not necessarily have to care about, whether any belief systems came from fallacies. Just try and, be meditative and get deeper and deeper into what they're thinking about. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I am pretty decent at meditation. I wonder if this ability will go away when I stop having my cold. Because sort of the cold makes me go into sort of like a drowsy state to begin with. Anyway, um, okay, Google, what is a formal meditation experience?
On the website pmc.ncbi.nlm.nih.gov, they say, while there are no widely agreed definitions of formal and informal practice, formal mindfulness practice can be considered to take place when practitioners specifically set aside time to engage in mindfulness meditation practices such as the body scan, sitting meditation, and mindful movement.
Mindful movement. Okay. 15 years of experience. Forming a group. Okay, Google. When you form a covenantal group, how deep is it?
I don't know the answer to that specific question, but according to Britannica.com,
Okay, Google. A covenant group. How close are the
I don't
members?
know, but I found these results on search.
A small relational group made up of 6 to 12 people who meet regularly to establish and nurture themselves in their own beloved community. Okay, Google. Why would you need a small group in leadership?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Faster decision making. A leader of a small group of people can make a decision faster than a larger group, as there are fewer people to consult and fewer opinions to consider. Clear accountability. When a leader or a small group of people makes a decision, is clear who is responsible for the decision and its outcomes. But see, the thing is, a small group is supposed to be totally voluntary, not necessarily that you were picked and selected because of your abilities. That's more like a business setting. So why would you need to make decisions? It's not about making decisions because you're not arguing anything. No, no. Well, I mean, it always seems like an argument when when you're trying to be that expert that you are, and say what you need to say. Um, um, so necessity, the concept of necessity. Okay, so does authority come with necessity? Okay, Google, does authority come with necessity?
On the website LinkedIn.com, they say, a manager needs authority. It makes their position real and quantifiable and provides them the power authority to direct their subordinates and get them to comply in accordance with the organization's policies, procedures, rules, and objectives.
Okay, so we're talking about realness and realization. So, realness is legitimacy. So, the legitimacy of knowledge. The legitimacy of knowledge is in the degree. The degree represents represents a privilege. Privilege different from entitlement. Entitlement only when the legal system has decided that you are at some sort of um, disadvantage in general, but not necessarily when you're at advantage. It just um, except that they used to talk about that in terms of profits. um, from Abbott and Costello, that, every dollar of it the man's entitled to it. So almost it seems almost like an interrogation of like some invisible man who essentially gets credibility, who essentially reaps where he doesn't sow. But everybody says that, about people. But it seems like those higher invisible powers, they can get away with anything. Now, these are hypothetical powers. The reason why these hypothetical powers exist is because we know they're suffering. We don't know for certain who's stirring the bowl, but sometimes we can generalize. But often we are accused of overgeneralizing only because um, only because the people who are defending themselves have given the right to defend themselves and have power behind it to essentially destroy those who would interfere. But then it turns out we are all interfering at some point just by breathing and we're standing up for our rights, you know, because eventually the uh, the inefficient are being revealed to be uh, inefficient, and yet they are asserting their notions of efficiency simply because they're able to unfairly amass more resources, including money and real estate and stuff like that. So, anyway, um, okay. Well, this is a poem. Okay, Google. What is a spiritual director?
According to Wikipedia, spiritual direction is the practice of being with people as they attempt to deepen their relationship with the divine or to learn and grow in their personal
Okay,
spirituality.
so divine is a loaded word.
Direction shows stories of their encounters of the divine or how they are cultivating a life attuned to spiritual things.
So the question is, what are we surrendering to? What are we looking for? Well, this is a totally different question. Okay, first of all, what are we surrendering to? Are we losing ourselves? Is it important to lose ourselves? So, um, okay, so uh, shepherd. What would I put in place of shepherd? Oh, healthy food, a good knowledge base, a sense of self in terms of sentience. Okay, Google, define sentience.
According to Wikipedia, sentience is the ability to experience feelings and sensations. It may not necessarily imply higher cognitive functions such as awareness, reasoning, or complex thought processes.
Hmm. Okay, so the sword. Okay, so the sword defending the innocent, slaughtering the innocent, caring for the innocent. Three very different things. Of course, biblically speaking, you know, killing isn't supposed to be literal, it's supposed to be figurative, spiritual, if you will. But okay, let me approach this a different method. Okay, Google, how would you know what you have?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
How do you know what you know? The effortful educator. The easiest and most effective method of determining what knows and what one doesn't know is attempting to answer questions about the material. Okay, so I clearly not understand this material. Okay, so Shepherd suggests different species, authority. Okay, so helplessness. Okay. Okay, Google. How do people obtain power through helplessness?
I'm not sure about the answer to your specific question, but according to TommyTomlinson.com, the writer Catherine Marshall, via Dean Smith's memoir, A Coach's Life, crisis brings us face to face with our inadequacy, and our inadequacy in turn leads us to the inexhaustible sufficiency of God.
So the
This is the
sense,
power of helplessness, a
the
principle
sense that
written
we
into the
can
fabric of life.
care for ourselves and care for others, that's essentially empowerment. But then, as far as when care for others begins to be an offense of some sort rather than actual care, we don't allow the person to define care for themselves. And so that's a conflict of interest. So, why would you allow certain people to know what they know? But if you were talking about inequality, you would be really going against your own, assuming that 90% of the world's population is essentially the same because they're all operating under the same control system, if you will, and don't necessarily see a way out. And then some people say, imagine yourself as the helper, imagine yourself with some kind of tool that could make you powerful. And then you would do it all the time, just like the song If I Had a Hammer. And then the tool, but then suppose that tool could actually help you end the world of work altogether. And then you would go, say, into a new work that was of a higher power. And you would have all these people go into this new labor of essentially this higher power of this connectivity between certain definitions that would just continue revealing the truth and basically overthrow the ideas that were governing the corrupt powers, if you will, theoretically. But you wouldn't need to have a physical thing. So, okay, Google, spiritual symbolism of an open field.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
In many cultures, open fields symbolize abundance, fertility, and prosperity. They're often associated with feelings of joy, happiness, and a sense of limitless possibilities. The idea that there could be an infinite consciousness or an infinite knowledge doesn't necessarily work with me. And it's not because I'm a doubter. It's because the whole definition of doubt is centered around somebody who has power somewhere in the world, something invisible, if you will. And so, okay, Google, how would you describe somebody who feels that they are the king of the castle?
I'm not sure about the answer to your specific question, but according to dictionary.com, a person who is in a commanding or superior position.
Okay, Google, how would you know that one was in a superior or commanding position?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google, how would you know you're in charge?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Are you in control or in charge? Being in control refers to having power or influence over a situation. While being in charge entails taking on the responsibility to make decisions for you. So there's a difference. So you could have control of people, but you wouldn't necessarily be in charge. Usually, if you need to exert more control, something else is is controlling you, which means in essence that that other thing is in charge of you if you need control, because control is a reaction to a lack of internal locus of control relative to the lens you're perceiving the external world with. Hmm. Okay, Google, describe rebirth.
On the website vocabulary.com, they say, a rebirth can be a literal reincarnation, being born for a second time in a new body, and it can also mean a brand new beginning, like the rebirth of swing dancing in the 21st century.
If you're convinced that after your goldfish died it was born again in the form of a crow, you believe in rebirth. Okay, Google, how is love like a song?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Hmm, interesting. Um, it's because you connect with a song like you do with a story. That's what it is. An appeal to share meaning. Someone is looking for songs. Someone is looking for stories, a variety of stories. Okay, Google, how do I receive people's words better?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
What's the secret to reaching someone with words? With most people, don't yell or even raise your voice. Just become and speak softly and hope they listen to you. If not, don't be disappointed. So persistence, that's a general rule. Except that if you doom yourself and doom another person, then the persistence isn't necessarily worth it, unless unless you save both yourself and the other person, assuming there is something to be saved from. Hmm. So I'm thinking, I'm putting myself into a realm of love and light. How do I know that I'm in this light? How do I know that I sense what I'm sensing and that I'm surrounded by the warmth that I am? How do I know that I have hope and peace in my heart? Okay, Google, what is peace?
According to Wikipedia, peace is a state of harmony in the absence of hostility and violence. In a societal sense, peace is commonly used to mean the lack of conflict and freedom from fear of violence between individuals or groups.
What if we turned that inward? And what if there were groups within oneself? There were groups of thoughts that were sometimes at war. Okay, definitely identity is one of them. There's a sense of identity as far as a group, as far as belonging. There's a sense of dignity as far as general human dignity, as far as how much one is able to handle. There is, and also historically, the concept of people being able to endure great suffering, enduring great suffering, so that it might almost kill them, but then they have learned so much from their experience, and then it seems that. So I'm imagining myself in all my different lives. I'm imagining that I have some sort of mission in this life. And all my different selves are speaking to each other, sort of dancing around me in a circle. And I'm traveling the world to various places rapidly, perhaps even other planets, perhaps even other universes, where I exist in many different conscious planes. I'd like to reach out to some beings tonight. I'd like to know what my spirit guides have to say about all these different things. I want to know what else I could do to enhance connectivity, not necessarily myself. What is the self? What does the self really mean? Is the self significant? Could I be extending my aura too much into other spaces? Is there essentially a way out? Why would one need to escape if one is actually in another world, disconnected from the physical whenever they want? And so it would seem that the higher realms could be accessed in sleep, theoretically. And so inducing a false state of sleep could allow one to access higher realms in a way, but it would be more like a trance state in which one was actually experiencing higher thinking. So really, when you're forgiving someone else, you're forgiving yourself. When you're deciding not to harm someone else, you are deciding not to harm yourself, because you don't necessarily want to rewire your brain towards doing that sort of thing, because the buildup will eventually make you go across that line if you didn't modulate it somehow. Monitoring actions, computer monitors. Okay, so screen. So a screen is what is seen with the eye. It is what is known, theoretically. The information superhighway opens one's eyes to much knowledge. And if one's vision is clouded by, say, too much information or mostly wrong information, then is the proof in the pudding? Or is it that people usually are too exhausted to even look into the pudding and properly clean information without, taking, more dirt out with the appropriate information? So then they would have to refine it and clean it off again and again and again, wouldn't they? I was imagining the image of myself washing the dishes, if you will. And so, glass is half empty, glass is half full. Or is it really that way? Have people created dualities? Is it really more complicated than that? So do we go back and visit our lives? Okay, Google, how do you go back and visit a past life?
I don't
Because
know, but I found
that's
these
not the
results
question I
on
wanted
search.
to ask. You need to improve your dream recall by keeping a journal and steering an intention to see a past life in a dream. You can also see gallery. This is how to travel to my past life from Quora. Taking too long to load. Okay. Meditation, hypnosis, dream work, intuitive reading, creative expression, uh, past life regression workshops. Okay. Oh, intuitive reading is just psychics. Then, yeah. Geez, I live in a relatively small space. I can barely find anything around here. Mhm. Let's see. Okay, Google, what is the mission of an organization?
On the website Atlassian.com, they say, a mission statement defines the organization's business, its objectives,
The
and
realm
how
in
it
which
will
it
reach these
activates,
objectives.
the
A mission
the
statement
spaces in which it
details where the
operates,
organization aspires.
where the organization aspires to go. Why does your company exist? What do you hope to accomplish in the next several years? So, I imagine myself having lots of developments. I imagine myself changing the entire landscape and envision myself creating a peaceful atmosphere where all can be um, respected and honored and feel safe. Hmm. Why do I necessarily? Okay, Google. Why do I necessarily put my needs below others?
On the website JeanetteDove.com, they say, low self-esteem. You may have low self-esteem, or you may
But
believe you are not
also,
worthy of having your own needs met, or
also
that you are not
worthiness
capable of
seems
doing
to be an
so.
attack as well.
Not wanting to disappoint others. You may prioritize the needs of others because you don't want to
So the thing is,
disappoint
if I
them.
am actually sure of myself, why would I? Why would I need to worry about disappointing others? But it's circular logic, because if you can trigger somebody to suggest that you're worried about disappointing them, then let's try to think about this a simpler way. I interact with another person. I try to be conscious in my actions. I can be too self conscious. um, but then they define self aware as being able to predict the thoughts of others, basically. Especially when in this day and age, in which you don't know who's going to be triggered, and everybody's suffering from, you know, extended trauma from all of these shock events, if you will. So, what is a shock event? An altered state of consciousness, but it actually comes with brain damage, doesn't it? It actually inhibits the psyche. If one knows what is in one's soul, does one know what's in one's soul? And so, the more knowledgeable people will be under attack, no doubt, because they know what's in their soul and they won't respond to the psychological appeals of suggestion of having low self esteem or being too egotistical. That's another dipole. They want you running from one side to the other so that you don't know who you are. So that you continue to react emotionally and you stop self discovery. You can't self discover if you're running from pole to pole. And you can run from pole to pole within a pole. So you're in a hologram within a hologram within a hologram, in a paradigm within a paradigm within a paradigm. If you don't unpeel all those layers of the onion, so to speak. Being with one another. A community thrives because it has a foundation. Being with one another. Too many disparate parts in the United States of America. It is hard for us to be with one another. Do we force relate? Okay, Google. Empathy cannot be coerced, correct?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Empathy can be skewed. It can be abused. Instead of being coerced into empathy, we should be welcome. We should be we welcome it and experience it as people who are. Okay, what's the fallacy of empathy? The argument goes like this: if you're not part of the group you're criticizing or affected, you do not have legitimate grounds on which to stand because you cannot empathize with them. You can't criticize it. Okay. Interesting. And then on top of that, people deliberately use that to try and gain entrance to certain spaces to disrupt. Interesting. Coercive legislation prohibit or fund through redistribution of the goals and values we support. Popular theater repression known as intersectionality. Essentially, since people are multifaceted, oppressed minorities overlap and must be considered as a whole. Overlapping issues. These are different systems. While it may be true that it's harder to emphasize with a group you're not a part of, or if you yourself have not experienced marginalization, this does not make your arguments or cases illogical or incorrect. The question is, why do you need that? So this is definitely someone like me, except they're a deep Christian. And so the thing is, I would like to take a part of it and then I would like to work with it. But then, this work will never be finished, not in my lifetime. As far as do I need to overcome this? Do I need to get deep with this? But also eventually detach from it. Okay, so this is from wholereason.com. Interesting. So it seems almost as if they are backed up by somebody since they have money to buy their own domain. Interesting. Okay. So someone would say they're like the Pilgrims, but that means essentially the Pilgrims were being compared to the Jewish people if it was assumed that the Jews were wandering. However, I view it in the sense of the brain. And so, if someone has a wandering mind, it would seem that they would eventually uncover things by rumination. And it would seem that they would use essentially the concepts of the dark and light. However, if the dark occult really was controlling the visible dark and light, well then, well then it would be a bogus proposition to believe that you were in control of things in any sense of the word, or that there was anything that you could actually do to improve your lot in life, and also assuming that something of a higher power, an ethereal power, had put you here, as opposed to something on earth conjuring you up and like imprisoning you, uh, and not necessarily carrying all that much clout. And yet, who does? Who does? And how would you know? You would know by things that already exist, only because they've been declared to exist in law. But you wouldn't know what the original law was. There's no way you would know what the original law was, because many different cultures have tried to come up with it. So, an invitation to Blue Sky and to leave Facebook. Interesting. There's some sort of site. What is this site? Website. Bulletin board. Interesting. Membership. Maintenance requests. Oh, that's right. Different organizations. GRIP, Opportunity House, Family Promise of Berks County, Reading Public Library, South of Penn, LGBT Center, Berks, Seals Up, Helping Harvest, Cedar Berks. Planned Parenthood. Oh, budget bylaws, directory, board. Send to a particular person regarding that thingy. Okay. First and third Tuesdays. Is that? Oh, no, that doesn't apply. First and third Mondays. Second Thursdays. Oh, these are old. Jobs on the rise. Is this the whole thing? Yeah. Okay. Keywords. Finances. Difficulty to start enterprises. Business. Occupation. A type of labor. Okay, Google. What is labor?
According to Wikipedia, childbirth, also known as labor, preparation and delivery, is the
Okay,
condition
Google.
of pregnancy where
Stop.
one or more babies exits the internal environment of the
Okay,
mother
Google.
through vaginal.
Stop. That's funny. Okay, Google. What is workforce labor?
According to Wikipedia, in macroeconomics, the workforce or labor force is the sum of those either working or looking for work. Those neither working in the marketplace nor looking for work are out of the labor force.
But does that mean they're out of luck when they're out of the labor force? Wait. So, what if the labor force is actually used as a godly thing? Okay, Protestant work ethic. Fine. um, Value. Okay. Value in professions. But value of values is supposed to be philosophy. So, um, critical. Okay. So, critical needs. Okay, Google, what are critical needs?
On the website FEMA.gov, they say immediate or critical needs are life saving and life sustaining
Life
items,
sustaining.
including water, food, first aid, prescriptions, infant formula, diapers, consumable medical supplies, durable medical equipment, personal hygiene items, and fuel for transportation.
How would you know what is necessary in a society? Oh, but the social need above the individual need can disregard the individual needs if the society needs to survive. The key society being an empire. But if you're out of the loop of the nobility classes, then empire doesn't really mean anything to you. But if you rebel, you're too small to actually accomplish anything. So, nonprofit and civic organizations susceptible to burnout. Burnout because expertise is needed to such a high level. Not necessarily expertise, but also endurance. Endurance eliminating the people element. So those who those who are qualified for the job also know that a part of the qualification of the job is shutting yourself away, just like people shut themselves away when they study in college. No, so I'm envisioning myself shutting myself away in one of the study rooms, as my dad had suggested, and and then I'm imagining, the sort of the energy drain out of my brain by, say, exhausting myself from trying to think way too deeply on something. But that was not necessarily the case when I actually went to college. I actually did not think deep on things. I actually was quite superficial. And so, if a profession is essentially a profession of faith, I did not necessarily understand the faith. I was more so extracting things from different faiths because I was not interested in any particular faith. I was interested in the overall system. But the overall system makes you unemployable because uh, because they don't want you to go into multiple fields, because then you would start to uncover contradictions between the systems of fields, um, the field systems, if you will, and then you would realize that something else was controlling them all because you would have repeat performances. You would lose the novelty, and then you couldn't be born again into any form of labor, if you will, because you would realize that all the forms of labor on this earth are essentially worthless. And I can hardly say that myself because I did not actually understand it when I said it. Worthiness is via a word, but if worship is done through music, then music is mind control. Now, if you wanted to do self mind control, okay, so I'm putting myself inside the church, and I'm getting bored with music. Uh, Somebody's picked a really lame number, maybe like from not even the 1920s, maybe like the 1860s or something like that. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, just just lame. And I'm not necessarily feeling it. What is the feeling of not feeling something? I'm still feeling something. So the relative feeling is that I'm not feeling anything, even though I'm feeling sort of a blandness. So I'm still experiencing something, and it's not necessarily affecting me unless I lose myself. The key thing is, at some point, you don't want to go into that trance state because you don't want to lose yourself, especially if you feel you can't, kowtow to something that represents something, that you don't relate to. But people use that accusation all the time to say you have no empathy if you don't relate to something which needs love. And I'm like, hey, wait a minute. What about loving myself? And so and so I tend to label people toxic because they obligate me in a group sense to show love to a particular individual or a particular cause, even when I'm so out of the question for that labor class, um, so that I'm denigrated even more, um, just for trying to do that greater thing, which everybody says is necessary in order to advance. They didn't mean you. They meant they use it to advance because they already had position. They don't they don't mean that you're supposed to use it to advance. You're just supposed to just about eternally work for them without getting anything in return. And then, if they're true to the word, they'll call you selfish if uh, if you think you don't deserve to have to do that work in order to move up, and they'll call you lazy if you try and walk away from the work altogether. Oh, isn't that the way that people are with marriage too? Why would anybody get married? Anyway. So, okay, Google, how do you gather data on the most common job skills?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Job skills list data. Which skills are in demand? There are several standard sources of job skills data that are available in the public domain, and there are lots of different ways we can extrapolate skills. That's from publicinsight.io. Okay, Google, how do we know the common industries?
I couldn't find an answer to that specific question, but according to guides.newman.baruch.cuny.edu, one way to define your industry is to use the NAICS industry classification system. NAICS codes are used by government agencies and by business databases to classify companies by their lines of business.
NAICS, pronounced NAICS, rhymes with snakes. Codes are used by government agencies, for example, when collecting economic census data and by business databases to classify companies by their lines of business. Okay, Google, what would be meaningful about a duality?
On the website growwithtrellis.ca, they say, duality conveys an important teaching that our life is made up of a balanced interaction of competing opposites. Too much of one thing disturbs this balance and may cause
So
harm.
we say that there's equilibrium. But what if there isn't really any equilibrium? What if we are meant to suffer when we suffer? So even the idea of a balance between suffering and pleasure seems obligatory for people to have suffering or obligatory for people to have pressure. But if we could have no obligation whatsoever, Anyway, um, okay, Google, what is a role?
Here's the definition of role: an actor's part in a play, film, etc.
Do I know who I am? Do I maintain my identity as as I play this role? What is my higher identity? Is my higher identity independent of a system, or is thinking about identity part of the system? Thinking about identity is part of the system. If you could be detached so much so that you did not see the differences between people, then you would not have to worry so much about where you were or what you were doing. You would not have to fight a battle. You would not have to be the special one. You would not have to be, that person every 1,000 years who tries to correct things. You would not have to be, the peacemaker because that's not your job. But you would be the peacemaker anyway if you thought it was a great idea. You would also be the warrior too if you thought it was a great idea for yourself and you were pretty certain that nothing was biasing you towards that. So, cybersecurity seems like a pseudo spiritual realm because it loads you with information, but it could be feeding you the information of death, metaphorically, spiritually. Right, because it is the death of the self. If you're overwhelmed with too much information, if you can't win them with reason, baffle them with bullshit. Also introducing a duality as well. But the fact of the matter is, you can't find the proof in the pudding if you don't have the brain energy to do it. So the thing is, you have to be left alone, but you have to seek enough connection for it to be fulfilling. Alone connection. So be detached, but not too detached. Be mostly detached, except when it matters the most. Strategic limited partnerships. Okay, Google, what's an environmental engineer?
Here you go.
Okay. Pollution control, waste management. Huh. Okay, Google, what is supply chain?
According to Wikipedia, a supply chain is a complex logistics system that consists of facilities that convert raw materials into finished products and distribute them to end consumers or end customers. Meanwhile, supply chain management deals with the flow of goods and distribution channels within the supply chain in the most efficient manner.
Supply chain, most efficient manner. Okay. Okay, Google, what is efficiency?
According to Wikipedia, efficiency is the often measurable ability to avoid making mistakes or wasting materials, energy, efforts, money, and time while performing a task.
But it seems like the
In a more
environmental
general
thing
sense, it
is
is the
more
ability
part
to
of
do things
capitalism
well,
than anything.
successfully, and without waste.
So people do environmental practices if they're in a corporation to try and save the company money. But there are other monisms, so to speak, that join people together semi-organically, so that they are obligated to participate in a system. So let's see. Hmm. Okay, Google, how to optimize the supply chain?
Here's a summary from the website Fortites.com. 5 supply chain optimization strategies to reduce spend. 1. Analyze your existing supply chain. 2. Set optimization goals. And 3. Assess software capabilities.
Software capabilities. Need to understand components, roots, costs, pain points. Okay. Set optimization goals, pinpoint areas needing improvement, prioritizing them by cost, benefit, impact, assess software. Okay, okay Google, What's environmental compliance?
According to Wikipedia, environmental compliance means conforming to environmental laws, regulations, standards, and other requirements such as site permits to operate. In recent years, environmental concerns have led to a significant increase in the number and scope of compliance imperatives across all global regulatory environments.
So if I dig a hole, how do I know that I can dig a hole there? I should know by place that it can be there. I should also know by substance in the ground that it can be there. I should also know that it is appreciated by the community in a particular way. There we have planning, zoning, utilities. Well, if you consider the soil to essentially be a utility, environmental. So that'd be public works related. And then, of course, there's also building and construction codes as well. Okay. So, okay, Google, what is strategic sourcing?
According to Wikipedia, strategic sourcing is the process of developing channels of supply at the lowest total cost, not just the lowest purchase price.
Hmm. Okay, Google, what is community outreach?
According to Wikipedia, outreach is the activity of providing services to any population that might not otherwise have access to those services.
So I'm
The
going
key
to Family
component of
Promise
outreach is that the group
I'm
providing is
serving
not
meals
stationary,
there
but mobile. In other words, it involves
in my
meeting
mind.
someone in need of an outreach service at the location where they are.
Well, who said it necessarily had to be just about food? I mean, it could also be about, welfare kind of things like, I don't know, pregnancy or homeless people or, hmm, tax forms, lawyers, doctors, private tutors if one can't um, go back to school again. Well, that would be a type of rebirth if people go back to school and then be led toward a profession. So I don't necessarily want to go back to school because then that would lead me toward a profession. And then I would have to be indoctrinated in order to be a doctor of something. Interesting. So, and yet the overall control system underneath would always have the advantage. Advantage is on the house, and life is a gamble within their system. The system of control is so pervasive. That it even intrudes upon our very bodies and brains. uh, okay, Google, what is a healthcare organization?
Organizations frequently mentioned on the web include the United States Department of Health and Human Services, the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality, the World Health Organization, and others.
Okay, Google, what's a community liaison?
On the website Management Plus RealtyService.com, they say, a community liaison facilitates communication between institutions and citizens. They work with the community to address needs and concerns, directing them to organizations for improvement. They organize outreach meetings and fundraising activities, handle promotional events, and raise public awareness.
Hmm. Oh, Okay, Google, what is a government agency?
According to Wikipedia, a government agency or state agency, sometimes an appointed commission, is
The
a
hands of
permanent or
God.
semi-permanent organization in the machinery of government that is responsible for the oversight and administration of specific functions, such as an administration.
The
There is a
hands of
notable
God.
variety of agency
The
types.
the spears and the olive branches. Uh, but the bellicose bundle of sticks, huh? As if every government is its own arrogant little duchy. Except that with a federal government, one can have such incredible power that one would overwhelm the small communities and not give anyone the chance to stand out so that they could not change the system because the system was assumed to be good because it was fought for and it was better than the last system. But fought for and better than the last system does not imply a better system. But they felt it. They felt it so strongly that their emotions got to them. And on top of that, uh, and on top of that, they used the same tactics on anybody who tried to leave them. But on the other hand, uh, that could also be argued in favor of keeping the people together and paying taxes so that the needy might get what they need. And so they're suggesting that freedom has to do with depriving the needy so that there's more left for the rest of us because the needy are gaming the system, they say. Interesting. But again, how can they be so blind to the fact that they do have the largest population? It seems like that thing that was talked about in the New York Times when they said that Americans in particular would be glad to take a hit on themselves so that they could keep being freeloaders and then amongst themselves admit that they were being freeloaders while putting on a shining exposition towards everybody else of virtue and deservingness and always being defined as not freeloaders so that they were free to criticize everyone else as being freeloaders. They would try to steal from other people and then accuse those very people of being freeloaders. They were so desperate to be in control. So what it is everybody has that urge, but the emotions are so strong. Why are the emotions so strong? It's from the generational trauma. The generational trauma comes from being on the bottom during the Victorian era. And then once those families get on top, there's a great emotional loss, a sense of loss if they have to go down to the bottom again. But that's not because of an oppressive government system necessarily. It's because of the overall culture of America. Now, I'm not saying that the government doesn't essentially control the culture, but at the same time, if people were detached enough, they would be able to think for themselves, and then they would be able to calmly come up with a better way of taking over the government rather than reacting emotionally. But if they didn't react so emotionally and were careful thinkers, um, it would seem that they would have no need to seize this amount of power. But they must see things as a zero sum proposition in which a gain for one is a loss for another. Absolutely. The loss of the one is proportional to the gain of the other. if we're talking about laws and rights and such, all of these abstractions, which of course, define how we make the rules about material things. And so they're actually using the spiritual for material gain, and they're forgetting that the spiritual was for intrinsic value, not for extrinsic value. So it seems to me that that this takeover is 100% extrinsic, as the writer for the Guardian was saying before. Could have been George Monbiot. Um, so, if I were a selfish person and I knew that my people had been oppressed, by following all these strange rules, by following all these, by respecting all these bizarre cultures that were that were trying to take away the essence of the truth, and that was fulfilled in one book, and also one government document, exactly as it was written and stuff like that, and then let's see. So I'm trying to put myself in Trump's shoes. Why is he doing this? Okay, so I'm a business mogul. My father can buy me things without paying. I can cheat people to make a lot of money. But I don't see it as cheating. I see it as making good money. Interesting. Okay, so we're dealing with the facts of life. We're essentially dealing with divine justice, slight modifications to natural law, depending over time, depending on where the occult religionists want to go. Interesting. Okay, anyway. Okay, Google. What's an accounts payable manager?
On the website talonlift.com, they say, Accounts Payable Manager is a professional who is responsible for overseeing the accounts payable department of an organization. The Accounts Payable Manager is responsible for ensuring that all invoices are processed
Must
accurately
take
and in
in.
a timely manner.
Must take in on time. Must take in on time. So a group survival strategy, a defensive sort of wolf pack, if you will, a trade block in microform, perhaps. An agreement, a covenant of sorts. An agreement to act as one body. So, if one's corporate body commitments interfere with one's government body commitments, like allegiance to one's nation, well, then the corporation assumes that it can buy out that portion of the government with which regulates it. It sees it as a fact of life. It doesn't see itself as taking away from anything or anyone else. It is not able to relate on a human level to human suffering because of this sense of absolute facts of life, a science, so to speak, of money making, but they don't even think of it in terms of deserving. They just simply take it for granted that they deserve what they have, because they do indeed have what they have abstractly. So, so it seems to conform to them having what they have physically. Hmm. A very manifestation oriented thing. Okay, Google, weaknesses of a manifestation mindset.
On the website theconversation.com, they say, manifesting urges people to dream big and imagine in detail everything they desire. This sets people's
People's
expectations
expectations are
unnaturally
naturally
high,
high.
setting them up for failure and disappointment.
Toxic positivity.
It's
So
arguably a form
people
of
essentially
toxic
meditate
positivity.
themselves into believing that they are entitled to things. So they rewire themselves for an entitlement, even though it's not really, even though it's not really an entitlement. It's something that is meant to be because it is called into existence, and therefore you say it is, but you've created a new standard for yourself, which is a law, and that law is a lie if you cannot obtain that which you have foreseen. Okay, Google, what's wealth management services?
Here are the top search results.
Advisor is an investment advisory service that provides financial management, wealth advisory services to a wide array of clients, ranging from different. Ranging from affluent. Okay. Okay, Google. What is investment advisory services?
On the website smartasset.com, they say, an investment advisor is an individual or a firm that specializes in advising clients on the buying and selling of securities in exchange for a fee.
There are two ways this can happen. First, an investment advisor can offer their services by working directly with their clients to offer investment advice. Okay, Google, what's a capital market?
According to Wikipedia, a capital market is a financial market in which long-term debt or equity-backed securities are bought and sold, in contrast to a money market where short-term debt is bought and sold. Capital markets channel the wealth of savers to those who can put it to long-term productive use, such as companies or governments making long-term investments.
Okay, Google, what is investment management?
According to Wikipedia, investment management is the professional asset management of various securities, including shareholdings, bonds, and other assets, such as real estate, to meet specified investment goals for the benefit of investors.
A service is distributed from one to all, so there is a uniformity created, as if people are in an investment army of some sort. Okay, Google, what is financial services?
According to Wikipedia, financial services are economic services tied to finance provided by financial institutions. Financial services encompass a broad range of service sector activities, especially as concerns financial management and consumer finance.
So, I'm imagining I'm doing taxes for people, and I keep thinking, why am I helping the government to hurt people? Or am I just a middleman? And am I just there? Am I just a fact of life? Could I go into some other career? Could I live with myself if I was taxing people in any way, say emotionally or whatever? Okay, Google, what's tax preparation?
According to Wikipedia, tax preparation is the process of preparing tax returns, often income tax returns, often for a person other than the taxpayer, and generally for compensation. Tax preparation may be done by the taxpayer with or without the help of tax preparation software and online services.
Okay, Google, what's accounting?
According to Wikipedia, accounting, also known as accountancy, is the process of recording and processing information about economic entities, such as businesses and corporations. Accounting measures the results of an organization's economic activities and conveys this information to a variety of stakeholders, including investors, creditors, management, and regulators.
Okay, Google, what's chemical manufacturing?
According to Wikipedia, the chemical industry comprises the companies and other organizations that develop and produce industrial, specialty, and other chemicals. Central to the modern world economy, it converts raw materials into commodity chemicals for industrial and consumer products.
Okay, Google, what's administration of justice?
On the website lask.edu, they say, administration of justice can lead to very rewarding careers, giving you the opportunity to help your community on a daily basis. It focuses on all aspects of the American legal system to help protect those who are innocent and provide appropriate actions for those who are found guilty.
Okay, Google, what's real estate?
According to Wikipedia, real estate is property consisting of land and the buildings on it, along with its natural resources such as growing crops, minerals or water, and wild animals. A movable property of this nature, an interest vested in this item of real property, buildings, or housing in general.
Okay, Google, what are medical practices?
I'm not sure about the answer to your specific question, but according to ScienceDirect.com, medical practice refers to the process of reasoning and decision-making in healthcare, influenced by various factors such as patient conditions, clinician judgments, and environmental considerations.
Okay, Google, what's environmental consulting?
According to Wikipedia, environmental consulting is often a form of compliance consulting, in which the
Counsel.
consultant ensures that the client maintains an appropriate measure of
Counsel.
compliance with environmental regulations.
Counsel. So to do with law. I mean, everything's a law in a profession, but this is the most legal law, at least for a nation. Okay, Google, what's environmental permitting?
On the website transect.com, they say, environmental permitting aims to protect human and environmental health by defining legally binding requirements for sources of significant environmental impact. Land use permits also help land developers mitigate the risk of fines and lawsuits.
Okay, Google, what's 1099 preparation?
On the website bench.co, they say, businesses use 1099 forms to report any payments that total more than $600 they've made to independent contractors. If you're a business owner, you'll be responsible for filling these out and mailing them to any contractors you've worked with throughout the tax year.
Okay, Google, what's a general ledger?
According to Wikipedia, in bookkeeping, a general ledger is a bookkeeping ledger in which accounting data are posted from journals and aggregated from subledgers, such as accounts payable, accounts receivable, cash management, fixed assets, purchasing, and project. A general ledger may be maintained on paper, on a computer, or in the
The
cloud.
science as opposed to the word. The word is not an exact science. The word is a feeling established by paradigms. So paradigms has to do with logic, but it is not a scientific logic in the sense that we understand logic to be. It is more of an exploratory Platonic logic as opposed to the raw data. They don't want to get, if somebody doesn't want us to get a hold of the raw data, because then our eyes would be open. They don't want us to get that tool so that we could analyze more data. Okay, Google, what's account reconciliation?
According to Wikipedia, in accounting, reconciliation is the process of ensuring that two sets of records are in agreement. It is a general practice for businesses to create their balance sheet at the end of the financial year, as it denotes the state of finances for that period.
Okay, Google, how does one find potential threats in cybersecurity?
I'm not sure about the answer to your specific question, but according to Microsoft.com, cyber threat detection solutions use a variety of methods to identify threats, including signature-based detection. Many security solutions scan software and traffic to identify unique signatures that are associated with a specific type
Almost
of
like
malware.
with different ships in Star Trek. Okay, Google, how do tech people respond to security breaches?
On the website securityinfowatch.com, they say, take all necessary actions to respond to a detected cybersecurity incident by preserving and analyzing forensic evidence. quickly containing the incident and identifying the root cause of the incident and entry points, mitigating the exploited vulnerabilities and effects of the incident, and coordinating with internal.
Sounds like military. Okay, Google, what's construction estimating?
According to Wikipedia, construction cost estimating software is computer software designed for contractors to estimate construction costs for a specific project. A cost estimator will typically use estimating software to estimate their bid price for a project, which will ultimately become part of a resulting construction contract.
Okay, Google, what's value engineering?
According to Wikipedia, value engineering is a systematic analysis of the functions of various components and materials to lower the cost of goods, products, and services with a tolerable loss of performance or functionality. Value, as defined, is the ratio of function to cost. Value can therefore be manipulated by either improving the function or reducing the cost.
But that's what people who are reading the Bible are doing, except they're practicing it the satanic way while thinking they're doing it the Christian way. Again, they're doing left-hand path when they think they're doing right-hand path. And they think they're actually getting free because they're getting free stuff. Okay, I guess the conservative argument would be to argue that against the vulnerable. But when it's not literally words on the page free stuff, the conservatives don't realize when they're getting free stuff. If they too are suffering, but suffering enough so that their time is occupied. So, if in theory it's all in their mind, the reason why it's all in their mind is because their mind is overwhelmed. And so they want to strike back with the same crisis that they experience instead of going deeper. Well, the thing is, they can't really go deeper because they're emotionally bound by the crisis, which they in theory allowed to happen, but then they kept being overwhelmed, so that they couldn't go into the government and fix things. And so when they actually did go into the government to fix things, they went into chaos leadership, if you will. Not to say that it isn't leadership, but it's essentially gaming the system. So if you play a game and you don't play by the rules of the game, okay, so it's not literally not playing by the rules of the game, but it's also to the point of where you have lost your naivety, where you realize that you have controlled the game all along, because you thought more deeply about the rules than the other people did over time. So, as far as the Joe Rogan principle, giving more time to thought doesn't necessarily clear up the thought, except within a particular paradigm. But if one is not exposed to information outside of one's paradigm and able to digest it to a certain degree, then they aren't able to enter into another paradigm. Okay, Google, what is the programming language R?
According to Wikipedia, R is a programming language for statistical computing and data visualization. It has been adopted in the fields of data mining, bioinformatics, and data analysis. The core R language is augmented by a large number of extension packages containing reusable code, documentation, and sample data. R software is open source and free software.
Okay, Google, how to develop financial models?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Complete step-by-step guide from the wallstreetschool.com. First step is to start with the insertion of audited numbers, statement of profit and loss, balance sheet, and cash flow statement in Excel sheet. Okay. Okay, Google, what's credit intermediation?
Credit Innovation Group. Here you go.
Okay, Google, what is credit intermediation?
On the website alliedmarketresearch.com, they say, credit intermediation acts as middlemen for two parties in a lending process by proposing and presenting credit agreements to consumers.
Furthermore, credit intermediation, such as commercial banks, credit unions, and other institutions, enter in agreements to grant credit to consumers on behalf of lending institutions. Okay, Google, what's a capital market?
According to Wikipedia, a capital market is a financial market in which long-term debt or equity-backed securities are bought and sold, in contrast to a money market where short-term debt is bought and sold. Capital markets channel the wealth of savers to those who can put it to long-term productive use, such as companies or governments making long-term investments.
Okay, Google, what's grant administration?
On the website hr.nih.gov, they say, Grants Administration administers grants and cooperative agreements, applying knowledge of organizational needs and deadlines.
Okay, Google, how do you do grant writing?
Here's some information from the web that might possibly help. On the website iusf.bloomington.u.edu, they say, general suggestions for effective proposal writing include, be specific and factual, avoid unsupported assumptions, use positive words such as will, keep reviewers' level of knowledge in mind, eliminate errors, organizational,
jargon.
grammatical, and typographical.
Use will, not would. Organizational, grammatical, and typographical. Okay. Okay, Google, what are higher education grants?
I couldn't find an answer to that specific question, but according to drexel.edu, grants provide opportunities and funding for students from low-income families or communities to pursue higher education.
Okay, Google,
Grants are
what's attempt to hire arrangement?
on the website Indeed.com, they say, temp to hire means a company hires an employee for a set period of time, and once that time is over, they have the option to offer the employee a permanent role.
Okay, Google, what's financial reporting?
On the website Indeed.com, they say, financial reporting is the process of documenting and communicating financial activities and performance over specific time periods, typically on a quarterly or yearly basis.
Okay, Google, what's IFRS standards in financial reporting?
According to Wikipedia, International Financial Reporting Standards, commonly called IFRS, are accounting standards issued by the IFRS Foundation and the International Accounting Standards Board.
Okay, Google, what is GAAP in financial reporting?
On the website Investopedia.com, they say, the generally accepted accounting principles are a set of accounting rules, standards, and procedures issued and frequently revised by the Financial Accounting Standards Board and the Governmental Accounting Standards Board.
Okay, Google, what is auditing?
According to Wikipedia, an audit is an independent examination of financial information of any entity, whether profit-oriented or not, irrespective of its size or legal form when such an examination is conducted with a view to express an opinion thereon.
Okay, Google, what is data analysis?
According to Wikipedia, data analysis is the process of inspecting, cleansing, transforming, and modeling data with the goal of discovering useful information, informing conclusions, and supporting decision-making.
Interesting. Seems very much like the Journeyman Project Turbo when you add the strands onto the DNA like chemical that's supposed to cure you of the tranquilizer. Okay, Google, what's financial modeling?
According to Wikipedia, financial modeling is the task of building an abstract representation of a real-world financial situation. This is a mathematical model designed to represent the performance of a financial asset or portfolio of a business, project, or any other investment.
Okay, Google, what's tech proficiency?
I don't know, but I found these results on
Okay,
search.
Google, what's tech proficiency?
On the website csu.edu, they say, Definition: must be able to apply the technical knowledge and skills required in the specialist and professional job role and responsibilities in order to achieve the expected outputs. Keywords: technical expertise, occupational professional proficiency, applied knowledge.
Okay, Google, what are specialized skills?
On the website ca.indeed.com, they say, specialized skills encompass many aspects of your work, like the way you communicate with your colleagues and managers, your approach to leading a team, and how you use your experience to perform well in your role. Related: 23 in-demand skills to help you find a job.
Okay, Google, what's scalability?
On the website Gartner.com, they say, scalability is the measure of a system's ability to increase or decrease in performance and cost in response to changes in application and system processing demands.
Hmm. Uh, okay, Google, tell me about the demand for accounting and finance professionals.
I couldn't find an answer to that specific question, but according to RobertHalf.com, demand remains high for skilled finance and accounting professionals as we move further into 2025.
Okay, Google, summarize S4973 from Congress.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
No, that's not it. Okay, Google, what does it mean to disallow kings?
To refuse to allow. On the website Britannica.com, they say, to refuse
Okay,
to allow.
Google, what does it mean in that kings are abolished?
According to Wikipedia, the abolition of monarchy is a legislative or revolutionary movement to abolish monarchical elements in government, usually hereditary.
Okay, Google, how related were all the monarchies of Europe?
On the website BusinessInsider.com, they say, almost all the royal families of Europe are related to each other. This family tree shows how they share a single ancestor. Almost all of Europe's royal families are related. These families share a common ancestor, King George II, who was the King of Great Britain and Ireland from 1727 until 1760.
Okay, Google, who is Chuck Schumer?
According to Wikipedia, Charles Ellis Schumer is an American politician serving since 1999 as the senior United States Senator from New York. A member of the Democratic Party, he has led the Senate Democratic Caucus since 2017 and served as Senate Majority Leader from 2021 to 2025. He has served 2 stints as Senate Minority Leader from 2017 to 2021 and since 2025.
Interesting. Oh, too many to go through on here. What might be nice to look up later. Okay, Google, who is the senator known as Blumenthal?
According to Wikipedia, Richard Blumenthal, Blum Theta L, Blue M. Thal, born February 13, 1946, is an American lawyer and politician who is the senior United States Senator from Connecticut, a seat he has held since 2011.
Okay, Google, which senator is Warnock?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Raphael Warnock, okay. Okay, Google, which senator is Duckworth?
On the website duckworth.senate.gov, they say, home, U.S. Senator Tammy Duckworth of Illinois.
Interesting. Okay, Google, who is Elizabeth Warren?
According to Wikipedia, Elizabeth Ann Warren is an American politician and former law professor who is the senior United States Senator from Massachusetts, serving since 2013. A member of the Democratic Party and regarded as a progressive, Warren has focused on consumer protection, equitable economic opportunity, and the social safety net while in the Senate.
Okay, Google, who benefits from the Affordable Health Care Act?
On the website hhs.gov, they say, The law provides consumers with subsidies that lower costs for households with incomes between 100% and 400% of the federal poverty level. Expand the Medicaid program to cover all adults with income below 138% of the FPL.
Okay, Google. Who benefits from the bipartisan infrastructure law?
On the website transportation.gov, they say, the investments in the bipartisan infrastructure law will help foster American manufacturing of green technologies, create good-paying green jobs, and build better infrastructure that provides Americans with affordable, sustainable transportation options.
Okay, Google. How do low-income or disabled people benefit from the American government?
On the website ssa.gov, they say, SSI provides monthly payments to people with disabilities and older adults who have little or no income or resources.
Okay. Okay, Google. Why are climate measures important in the United States?
I'm not sure about the answer to your specific question, but according to NOAA.gov, climate change impacts our society in many different ways. Drought can harm food production and human health. Flooding can lead to spread of disease, death, and damage ecosystems and infrastructure.
Okay, Google. Difference between Medicaid and Medicare.
On the website hhs.gov, they say, Medicare is federal health insurance for anyone age 65 and older, and some people under 65 with certain disabilities or conditions. Medicaid is a joint federal and state program that gives health coverage to some people with limited income and resources.
Okay, Google. What is the Center for Common Ground?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google. What is the Workers' Circle?
According to Wikipedia, the Workers' Circle or Der Arbeiterring, formerly the Workmen's Circle, is an American Jewish nonprofit organization that promotes social and economic justice, Jewish community, and education,
Okay,
including
Google.
Yiddish studies.
What's the latest on the Los Angeles fire?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google. Where is NOTO Philadelphia?
The address for NOTO Philadelphia is 1209 Vine Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19107.
Okay, Google. What is MOSHULU boat in Philadelphia?
I'm not sure about the answer to your specific question, but according to DelawareRiverWaterfront.com, today, the Mashulu is the world's largest four-masted sailing ship still afloat. The Mashulu's private dining rooms and outdoor decks take full advantage of the unparalleled views of the city and waterfront.
Okay, Google. Who is Puccini?
According to Wikipedia, Giacomo Puccini was an Italian composer known primarily for his operas. Regarded as the greatest and most successful proponent of Italian opera after Verdi, he was descended from a long line of composers, stemming from the late Baroque era.
Okay, Google. What are singles events in Philadelphia?
Here's a summary from the website eventbrite.com. Singles party events in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Shamrock Singles Night, Intelligent Singles Happy Hour in Philadelphia, Chaotic Singles Party, Philadelphia, Street, Singles Bash for 46 to 65, Singles Happy Hour at Scarpetta in Philadelphia, and more.
Okay, Google. Where is the Golden Gates restaurant in Philadelphia?
The address for Golden Gates Restaurant is 11058 Renard Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19116.
Okay, Google. How would you know that someone lives in a community?
I couldn't find an answer to that specific question, but according to Vox.com, to be part of a community, you must feel a sense of belonging, Feel like you make a difference to the group and that the group makes a difference to you. Feel like your needs will be met by other group members, and feel that you share history, similar experiences, time, and space together.
Okay, Google, tell me about the bicycle-friendly community in Wausau, Wisconsin.
On the website bicyclewausau.org, they say, Wausau metropolitan area named a bronze-level bicycle-friendly community by the League of American Bicyclists. It's never been better than right now to bike in the Wausau area. Our community has made tremendous strides to become bicycle-friendly.
Okay, Google, tell me about the SS4A grant to County of Chippewa.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google, tell me about the SS4A grant to St. Croix County.
I couldn't find an answer to that specific question, but according to transportation.gov, eligible SS4A applicants include political subdivisions of a state or territory, federally recognized tribal governments, and metropolitan planning organizations. U.S. territories are considered to be states for the purposes of SS4A eligibility and are not eligible to apply for SS4A funding.
Okay, Google, tell me about bicycle improvements in Lac Court Orioles Band.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, Google, tell me about the Lake Superior Chippewa Indians.
According to Wikipedia, the Lake Superior Chippewa are a large number of Ojibwe bands living around Lake Superior. This territory is considered part of northern Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota in the United States. They migrated into the area by the 17th century, encroaching on the Eastern Dakota people who had historically occupied the area.
Okay, Google, what is MAP 21 in Congress?
On the website fhwa.gov, they say, MAP 21, the Moving Ahead for Progress in the 21st Century Act, PL 112 to 141, was signed into law by President Obama on July 6, 2012. Funding surface transportation programs at over $105 billion for fiscal years 2013 and 2014, MAP 21 is the first long-term highway authorization enacted since 2005.
Interesting. Okay, Google, what is the FAST Act?
According to Wikipedia, the Fixing America's Surface Transportation Act, or the FAST Act, is a funding and authorization bill to govern United States federal surface transportation spending. It was passed by Congress on December 3, 2015, and President Barack Obama signed it on the following day.
Okay, Google, what is a motorcycle checkpoint?
On the website tylemlawfirm.com, they say, in New York City, specifically motorcycle-only checkpoints have taken the character of step-out initiatives, where police will actively hide until motorcycles are stopped at a traffic light or by stopped traffic, pull them over, and check the motorcyclist's insurance, registration, and license, and question them.
Okay, Google, what are involved in environmental regulations?
On the website apu.apis.edu, they say, environmental regulations govern land management, water quality, air quality, conservation, contaminant cleanup, and protecting species deemed important to support species recovery, all of which serves to prevent overexploitation and depletion.
Okay, Google, who is Karen Whitaker?
Here you go.
Okay, Google, who is Daniel Langenkamp?
Here you go.
Okay, Google, what happens when you allow bigger trucks on roads?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Heavier trucks would cause billions of dollars in infrastructure damage to roads and bridges that are primarily paid for by taxpayers. As vehicle weight increases, damage to roadways increases disproportionately. Okay, Google, tell me about the latest cleanup for the Great Lakes.
On the website greatlakescleanup.org, they say, our latest Great Lakes cleanup has been a sweeping success. In 2023 alone, we had 7,256 volunteers clean up the shorelines of our Great Lakes. We collected over 133,240 pounds of litter across 9,000 acres.
Okay, Google, who is Rachel Campos Duffy?
According to Wikipedia, Rachel Campos Duffy is an American conservative television personality. She first appeared on television in 1994 as a cast member on the MTV reality television series The Real World, San Francisco, before moving on to work as a television host.
Hmm. Okay, Google, tell me about the Wisconsin 7 district.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Northwestern and central Wisconsin. Okay. Okay, Google, tell me about the Tea Party.
According to Wikipedia, the Tea Party movement was an American fiscally conservative political movement within the Republican Party that began in 2007, catapulted into the mainstream by Senator Rand Paul's presidential campaign.
Okay, Google, tell me about the Lenape people.
According to Wikipedia, the Lenape, also called the Lenni Lenape and Delaware people, are an indigenous people of the northeastern woodlands who live in the United States and Canada.
Okay, Google, what past wounds do Lenape tribal leaders struggle with?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
The original people and their land, the Lenape prehistory to the collaborativehistory.gse.upenn.edu. How Pennsylvania erased the Lenape from local history, hiddencityphila.org. Indian Wars definition, dates, and Wounded History.com. DNR State Parks, Indigenous Peoples in Indiana, IN.gov. Advancing Dignity for the Lenape, some recommendations in light, DelawareLaw.widener.edu. That's a PDF. Lenape Press, past and present, 2021 NJ History Conference, YouTube, February 15th, 2022. This session was recorded on November 12th, 2021 during the 2021 New Jersey History Conference. We're still here at Indigenous History and from YouTube. Okay. Native American History Timeline, Education Tribes Events, History.com. List of Native American leaders of the Indian Wars, Wikipedia. Today, the Reverend Dr. J.R. Norwood, a tribal historian of the Nanticoke Lenni Lenape tribal nation, spoke to Patriot soldiers during our okay. That's a 174th Infantry Brigade video on Facebook. Okay, Google, summarize the film Keepers of the Way.
On the website imdb.com, they say, the struggles, joy, pain, and resilient spirit of the Lenape all bubble to the surface as the tribe members share stories passed down through the generations and reveal their visions for the future of life on Earth. The Lenape are here to tell the world that not only are they still here, they never left.
Okay, Google, who is Evan Cohen?
According to Wikipedia, Evan Gary Cohen is a South African-born Israeli linguist and a tenured professor of linguistics at Tel Aviv
Wrong
University.
person.
Cohen was the spokesman to international media for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu from July 2019 to March 2020. Cohen succeeded David Keyes in the position.
Okay, Google, what is the value of labor?
According to Wikipedia, the labor theory of value is a theory of value that argues that the exchange value of a good or service is determined by the total amount of socially necessary labor required to produce it. The contrasting system is typically known as the subjective theory of value.
Okay, Google, what did the boomer generation industry do mostly?
I don't know the answer to that specific question, but according to khanacademy.org, boomers also influenced the economy as a core marketing demographic for products tied to their age group, from toys to records. Constituting as much as 40% of the American population, baby boomers have exerted a strong pull on American culture at large, particularly during the social movements of the 1960s.
Okay, Google, what was the most common job for baby boomers to work? when they were teenagers?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Held an average of 12.7 jobs. That's from BLS.gov. Nearly half these jobs were held before age 25. My educational attainment. Okay. Interesting. All right. Okay, Google, summarize The Four Winds by Kristen Hanna.
On the website Goodreads.com, they say, one of the darkest periods of the Great Depression, the Dust Bowl era, has arrived with a vengeance. In this uncertain and dangerous time, Elsa Martinelli, like so many of her neighbors, must make an agonizing choice: fight for the land she loves or go west, to California, in search of a better life.
Okay, Google, what were the biggest union strikes in American history?
Sure, here's some helpful information I found on the web.
Steel strike of 1959, 500,000. Railroad shop workers strike, 400,000. United Mine Workers of America strike, 400,000. Biggest strikes, U.S. history 2024 statistics. Okay, all right. Okay, Google. Who is Mr. Streak, who writes for the New York Times?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google. Who is Wolfgang Streeck?
According to Wikipedia, Wolfgang Streeck was a German economic sociologist and emeritus director of the Max Planck Institute for the Study of Societies in Cologne.
Okay, Google. What does Wolfgang Streeck say about the Montpellier Society?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
In this conversation, sociologist Wolfgang Streeck discusses the history and future of European integration with RevDem editors Laszlo Brust and Mikhail Mutlak. That's from revdem.ceu.edu. Okay, Google, how can populism lead to globalism?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Population and the Skill Content of Globalization, CEPR.org. Low skill and high skill globalization have opposite effects on populism. Imports of high skill goods negatively affect support for right wing. Okay, Google, what is New Left Review?
According to Wikipedia, the New Left Review is a British bi-monthly journal established in 1960, which analyzes international politics, the global economy, social theory, and cultural topics from a leftist perspective.
Okay, Google, what did Karl Marx say about the contradictions in capitalism?
I couldn't find an answer to that specific question, but according to econlib.org, this, to Marx, is one of the contradictions of capitalism: competition, instead of creating better products at lower prices for consumers, in the long run creates monopoly, which exploits workers and consumers alike.
Okay, Google, how did neoliberal capitalism form?
According to Wikipedia, neoliberalism is an economic philosophy that originated among European liberal scholars during the 1930s. It emerged as a response to the perceived decline in popularity of classical liberalism, which was seen as giving way to a social liberal desire to control markets.
Okay, so I was wrong about neoliberalism being different from classical liberalism. Well, maybe neoliberalism is still so old that it could be considered classical at this point, or since it was based off classical. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't justify it. Okay, Google. What is Syriza in Greece?
On the website Ancestry.com, they
Okay,
say
Google.
the name.
What is SYZRIZA?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
The coalition of the radical left, Progressive Alliance, best known by the silly abbreviation Syriza, is a center-left left-wing political party. In Greece, it was founded in 2004 as a political coalition of the left-wing and radical left. Wikipedia. Okay, Google. What is Podemos in Spain?
According to Wikipedia, Podemos is a left-wing to far-left political party in Spain. Part of the anti-austerity movement in Spain, it was founded in January 2014 by the Spanish political scientist Pablo Iglesias Turian and other academics in the aftermath of the 15M movement protests against inequality and corruption.
Okay, Google. What is the Sarah-Wagenknecht Alliance in Germany?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Okay, Google. What is the SAHRA space WAGENKNECHT Alliance in Germany?
According to Wikipedia, the Sarah-Wagenknecht Alliance, Reason and Justice, German, Bündnis Sarah-Wagenknecht, Vernunft und Gerechtigkeit, SPI, BSW, is a political party in Germany founded on the 8th of January 2024. It has been described as a left-wing to far-left party with populist and nationalist tendencies.
Okay, Google. What were worker protections after World War II?
On the website research.library.gsu.edu, they say, post-World War II era, Taft-Hartley Act. The law sharply amended the pro-labor Wagner Act of 1935. It restricted unions and strengthened management prerogatives. The act limited the right to strike and forced union leaders to sign anti-communist affidavits.
Southern Labor Archives, research.library.gsu.edu. Okay, Google. What happened in the Arab oil embargo of 1973?
On the website history.state.gov, they say, the embargo both banned petroleum exports to the targeted nations and introduced cuts in oil production. Several years of negotiations between oil-producing nations and oil companies had already destabilized a decades-old pricing system, which exacerbated the embargo's effects.
Okay, Google. Why is expanding the money supply a defense tactic?
I'm not sure about the answer to your specific question, but according to econlib.org, an increase in the supply of money works both through lowering interest rates, which spurs investment, and through putting more money in the hands of consumers, making them feel wealthier, and thus stimulating spending.
Okay, Google. Why can't people keep up with the global economy?
I couldn't find an answer to that specific question, but according to weforum.org, the issues facing the global economy, which include inflation, climate change, and the war in Europe, have coalesced into what experts have called a polycrisis. The global economy has been under enormous pressure and endured significant distributions before.
Okay, Google. Why did the left give up on workers' rights and living standards?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Both sides are for workers' rights, but in different ways. The left is about individualism. This means that they want to address any and all ways. The left is in the actual left and not the Democrats. Has long held themselves as investing in workers' rights, fighting for the working class, seeking to establish hierarchy-free society where the workers reap the benefits of labor. At the same time, the right has also championed the working class for a long time, with a history of supporting unions and growing America's economy for all to benefit from. It seems these goals tend to overlap significantly. So why is there much friction for both sides of the prospect of coming together to actually fix things? If protecting workers is such a priority for everyone, why does it seem to not be prioritized by anyone? Both sides of a workers' right present different ways. The left is about individualism. That means they want to address any and all ways institutions, methods, or things that affect our individual course through life when it comes to helping or hurting. Racism affects one's ability to pursue one's own interests, so it has to be addressed systematically, so on and so forth. The right is about individual success in business and efforts. Work hard, play hard, and develop a mentality around that. Do what you will and let others do what they will, and let the spirit of being come out on top. But in reality, there's love for the losers and the successful. A right winger could be a gun nut in a trailer in bumfuck nowhere, or a successful businessman married to his boyfriend of 10 years, or something. It's about doing things despite these things, and doing these things despite what others would subject you to. The right is often ignorant of how majorly upsetting some barriers can be. The left is unaware of how horrible their system of control is and how it just lowers the bar. There's a big misconception on the left that forcing workers to join unions is somehow the same thing as supporting workers' rights. The rest of your comment on hierarchy-free society is ironic given the massive hierarchy a union creates. Protecting workers means protecting them from compulsory union dues, from union leaders who drive industries into bankruptcy, and from the poor public education system that has resulted from public teachers' unions. Okay. Okay, thwarted by the very elites who purport to champion. Okay, left-hand path pretending to be right-hand path. Okay. Okay, Google. Why do people in power not want people to vote?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Why people choose not to vote in elections? CNBC.com. 5 reasons people in the U.S. don't vote. Global Citizen. Why millions of Americans don't vote in U.S. elections. APnews.com. Restricting the freedom to vote. Brennan Center for Justice. Why millions of Americans don't vote. 538. Block the vote. How politicians are trying to block voters. ACLU. Does your vote matter? Voter information at Swarthmore College. 4 reasons why many people don't vote. Science News Explorers. Okay. Propagandistic, cultural, legal, institutional. Okay, Google. Tell me about Marine Le Pen.
According to Wikipedia, Marianne Perrine Le Pen is a French lawyer and politician who ran for the French presidency in 2012, 2017, and 2022. A member of the far-right National Rally, she served as its president from 2011 to 2021. She has been the member of the National Assembly for the 11th constituency of Pas-de-Calais since 2017.
Okay, Google. Will Germany put a constitutional ban on the alternative for Germany?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Will Germany's far-right AfD party be banned? DW.com. All right. Okay, Google. How did neoliberalism end the inflation state?
According to Wikipedia, in 1978, policies that would further reduce the role of the state and infuse competition and individualism into areas such as labor relations, pensions, health, and education were introduced. Additionally, the central bank raised interest rates from 49.9% to 178% to counter high inflation.
Okay, Google. What politicians released European nations from the post-war settlement?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Marshall Plan, 1948. President Truman signed the Economic Recovery Act of 1948, became known as the Marshall Plan, named for Secretary of State George Marshall. Okay, Google. What was Bretton Woods?
On the website corporatefinanceinstitute.com, they say, the Bretton Woods Agreement established a system through which a fixed currency exchange rate could be created using gold as the universal standard.
The agreement involved representatives from 44 nations and brought about the creation of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Okay, Google. Why did Margaret Thatcher want to get rid of the wartime economic restrictions?
I don't know the answer to that specific question, but according to en.wikipedia.org, Thatcherism attempts to promote low inflation, the small state and free markets through tight control of the money supply, privatization, and constraints on the labor movement.
Okay, Google. Define idiosyncratic.
Here's the definition of idiosyncratic: relating to idiosyncrasy, peculiar or individual.
Okay, Google. Does democracy lead to new economic systems?
According to Wikipedia, direction of effect, empirical data tends to consistently suggest a causal relationship between democracy and economic development. The causal direction does appear to change, however. In some nations, economic growth has been observed to promote democracy, while in others the opposite is true.
Okay, Google. Summarize a book called A Memory Called Empire.
According to Wikipedia, A Memory Called Empire is a 2019 science fiction novel, the debut novel by Arkady Martine. It follows Mahit Dismair, the ambassador from Elsel Station to the Tishkalanli Empire, as she investigates the death of her predecessor and the instabilities that underpin that society.
Okay, Google. Summarize the book Listen Liberal.
According to Wikipedia, in the book, Frank argues that the American Democratic Party has changed over time to support elitism in the form of a professional class instead of the working class, facilitating the growth of what he considers deleterious economic inequality.
Okay, Google. Who is Jesse Piers?
Here you go.
Okay, Google. What is at ROC Cycling?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google. What is a phase 2 of a trail development?
I'm not sure about the answer to your specific question, but according to med.uc.edu, Phase 2. Phase 2 studies determine the effectiveness of an experimental drug on a particular disease or condition in approximately 100 to 300 volunteers.
Okay, Google. What is the Hazelwood Green in Pittsburgh?
Hazelwood Green. Here you go.
Okay, Google. What is the Great Allegheny Passage economic impact?
On the website gaptrail.org, they say, tourism along the 150-mile Great Allegheny Passage drove over $121 million in economic impact in 2019, according to a year-long analysis by Pittsburgh-based consulting firm Fourth Economy released on November 30th, 2021.
Okay, Google. What is the Industrial Heartlands Trail?
On the website greenway.ohiorivertrail.org, they say, The Industrial Heartland Trails Coalition is collaborating to complete and connect a system of 1,700 miles of shared-use trails. The goal is to connect the trail network so that local and visiting trail users can walk and bike from trail to trail, city to city, and town to town.
Okay, Google, how is the class valuable?
I don't know the answer to that specific question, but according to markdomford.com, class attendance facilitates learning in a variety of ways, and here are just a few: lectures and classes supplement reading assignments. Class gives you another perspective on the material besides just the textbook. Even if you think you already understand the material well, classes always add something new.
I'll be right back. Okay, Google, tell me about undocumented workers.
Here you go.
Oh, it's a film genre? Okay, Google, why can't the government process paperwork for all undocumented workers?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google, how expensive is it to become a U.S. citizen just by paying?
On the website 1%foramerica.org, they say, application fees for citizenship range from $380 to $760. The good news is you no longer have to pay a separate fee for biometrics. It is included in the N400 fee. USCIS has a helpful fee calculator you may find useful during the process.
Okay, Google, how are ways that the United States tries to discourage immigration?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google, history of immigration discrimination.
On the website immigrationinitiative.harvard.edu, they say, restrictive laws designed to reduce immigration from particular areas include the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882 and the introduction of quotas in the Immigration Act of 1924. Early 20th century anti-immigrant sentiment was fueled by worries about national security, employment competitiveness, and cultural assimilation.
Okay, Google, how does capital punishment work?
According to Wikipedia, the sentence ordering that an offender be punished in such a manner is known as a death sentence, and the act of carrying out the sentence is known as an execution. A prisoner who has been sentenced to death and awaits execution is condemned and is commonly referred to as being on death row.
Okay, Google, what is corporal punishment?
According to Wikipedia, a corporal punishment or a physical punishment is a punishment which is intended to cause physical pain to a person. When it is inflicted on minors, especially in home and school settings, its methods may include spanking or paddling.
Okay, Google, what is arterial bike facilities?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
MountProspectBikeStudy.org about the project Arterial Bike Network Study. The Bike Network Study will develop strategies to construct bike facilities along arterial and other high traffic streets in the village. Okay. Okay, Google, tell me about Federal Highway Administration's separated bike lanes on higher speed roadways.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Transportation.gov. Grants.navigator separated bike. Okay. Separated bike lanes on higher speed roadways, a toolkit, and the toolkit includes information references, agency policies, processes, and other resources and procedures that can help agencies overcome the obstacles. Okay. Hmm. Okay, Google. What are the 8 core highway programs?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
This guidance material is arranged into 8 broad federal 8 highway program areas: payment procedures, civil rights, National Highway Institute, planning, research and development, engineering, traffic operations, right of way and environment, and highway safety. Introduction, Federal Aid Policy Guide, FAPG, from FHWA.gov. Okay, Google, tell me about the Park Tool Community Tool Grant.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google, do nonprofit cycling-based programs outfit their shops?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Primal gives back, support causes through cycling apparel. Primalwear.com. Join Primal in giving back. Shop cycling apparel that supports church. Okay, Google, when was the last flogging in America?
According to Wikipedia, in the United States, judicial flogging was last used in 1952 in Delaware when a wife beater got 20 lashes. In Delaware, the criminal code permitted floggings until 1972. One of the major objections to judicial corporal punishment in the United States was that it was unpleasant to administer.
Okay, Google, tell me about the International Convention Prohibiting Corporal Punishment of Children.
On the website endcorporalpunishment.org, they say, 37. States parties shall ensure that no child shall be subjected to torture or other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. Neither capital punishment nor life imprisonment without possibility of release shall be imposed for offenses committed by persons below 18 years of age.
Okay, Google, do 27 states allow corporal punishment in school?
According to Wikipedia, as of 2024, corporal punishment is banned in public schools in 33 states and the District of Columbia. The use of corporal punishment in private schools is legally permitted in nearly every state. Only New Jersey, Iowa, Maryland, New York, and Illinois prohibit it in both public and private schools.
Okay, Google, tell me about peopleforbikes.org.
Here is some information about People for Bikes. This organization promotes bicycling as a means of transportation and recreation. They work to improve bike infrastructure, educate the public about the benefits of cycling, and advocate for policies that support bicycling. They also offer resources and tools to help people start and maintain a biking habit.
Hmm. Okay, Google, today's date.
It's Thursday, March 6th, 2025.
Hmm. Okay, Google, how many people participated in the bike advocacy workshop in Santa Monica, California?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Bikeleague.org. Take action, policy, and advocacy. League advocate workshops. Hmm. Okay, Google, what is the state electronic data collection program?
On the website grants.gov, they say, pursuant to Bill, Section 24108, Congress mandated that NHTSA establish the State Electronic Data Collection Program to provide grants to states to upgrade and standardize state crash data systems to enable full electronic data transfer to NHTSA, which includes enabling electronic data collection, intrastate data.
Hmm. Okay, Google, what is the NRSS?
On the website transportation.gov, they say, the United States Department of Transportation National Roadway Safety Strategy outlines the department's comprehensive approach to significantly reducing serious injuries and deaths on our nation's highways, roads, and streets.
Okay, Google, what is the safe system approach?
On the website safety.fhwa.gov, they say, the safe system approach aims to eliminate fatal and serious injuries for all road users. It does so through a holistic view of the road system that first anticipates human mistakes and second keeps impact energy on the human body at tolerable levels.
Hmm. Okay, Google, what is the NHTSA?
According to Wikipedia, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is an agency of the U.S. federal government, part of the Department of Transportation, focused on automobile safety regulations.
Okay, Google, tell me about the 171 million in grants to 19 states from NHTSA.
On the website nhtsa.gov, they say, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration today announced $171 million in grants to 19 states and territories to upgrade and standardize their crash data systems.
Okay, Google, tell me about Sophie Schulman.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google, tell me about the Masters in Public Health at Tufts University.
I couldn't find an answer to that specific question, but according to medicine.tufts.edu, at Tufts, our intimate, collaborative environment fosters meaningful connections and dismantles barriers to learning. Our class sizes and a dedicated faculty of public health practitioners ensure students enjoy personalized attention, fostering a supportive atmosphere.
Okay, Google, tell me about Bicycle Friendly America.
On the website bikeleague.org, they say, the Bike League's Bicycle Friendly America program provides advocates and changemakers with a roadmap and hands-on assistance to build places more welcoming to people who bike.
Okay, Google, tell me about smart cycling in the Bike League.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Find take a class. Okay. Okay, Google, tell me about advocacy in the League of American Bicyclists.
On the website bikeleague.org, they say, our advocacy efforts span the spectrum, from lobbying Congress for our fair share of funding to empowering state and local advocates with the tools to win campaigns for better bike policies in your town. Since 1880, we have been the hub of information that gets the wheels spinning in communities nationwide.
Okay, cool. Tell me about events for the League of American Bicyclists.
Sorry, I can't access your calendar at the moment.
Okay, Google,
Please,
tell me about search local resources from the League of American Bicyclists.
here's the result I found from search.
Okay, Google, tell me about press releases from League of American Bicyclists.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google. Tell me about action alerts from League of American Bicyclists.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google. Tell me about corporate supporters from League of American Bicyclists.
On the website bikeleague.org, they say, as a corporate member, you can proudly tout your role in powering our efforts like the Bicycle Friendly America program, smart cycling, and our advocacy work. Corporate members also get discounts on advertising and member pricing when registering for the National Bike Summit.
Okay, Google. What is the WRDA bill?
On the website transportation.house.gov, they say, on July 22, 2024, the House of Representatives approved, by a vote of 359 to 13, the Water Resources Development Act of 2024, WRDA, legislation that authorizes the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Corps, Civil Works Program for projects to improve the nation's ports and harbors, inland waterway navigation, flood and.
Okay, Google. What is the TIFIA?
According to Wikipedia, the Transportation Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act is a U.S. federal government program run through the U.S. Department of Transportation to provide credit assistance for qualified regional and national surface transportation projects in the United States.
Okay, Google. What is the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program?
On the website fhwa.gov, they say, the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program provides flexible funding that may be used by states and localities for projects to preserve and improve the conditions and performance on any federal aid highway, bridge and tunnel projects on any public road, pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure, and transit capital.
Okay, Google. What is the Transportation Alternatives Program?
On the website transportation.ohio.gov, they say, the Transportation Alternatives Program provides funds for projects that advance non-motorized transportation facilities, historic transportation preservation, and environmental mitigation and vegetation management activities.
Okay, Google. Who is Michael Potosny?
On the website peacemaking.narc.org,
Okay, Google.
they
Stop. Okay. Okay, Google. Tell me about Nebraska's Midtown Medical Center Bikeway connection.
On the website bikeleague.org, they say, Nebraska's $900,000 Midtown Medical Center Bikeway connection constructed a dedicated pedestrian and bicycle connection to improve the safety and comfort of people traveling on foot or bicycle between the Field Club Trail, the University of Nebraska Medical Center campus, and neighborhoods both north and south of.
Okay, Google. Tell me about the Greenbelt Station WMATA Hiker Biker Trail.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Bond bill fact sheet for Greenbelt Station Hiker and Biker Trail. MGALEG.maryland.gov. F notes BIL _ zip 1. 2020 regular session, also under McGallig.maryland.gov. GreenbeltNewsReview.com. New trail to connect Greenbelt Station to the Metro will proceed. Ruby said that 0.8 mile long trail will be on Metro property to the north, and Greenbelt Station property to the south. Transportation Greenbelt, Maryland. GreenbeltMD.gov. GreenbeltStation.net. PDF bikeped trail map.pdf. The American Discovery Trail is a non-motorized coast-to-coast multi-use hiking trail. The trail passes through several metropolitan areas, including Okay, Google. Tell me about the Safe Routes to School / Safety First initiative in Oklahoma.
On the website oklahoma.gov, they say, Oklahoma Safe Routes to School program was created in an effort to substantially improve the ability of primary and middle school students to walk and bicycle to school safely.
Okay, Google. What's the August redistribution?
On the website transportation.org, they say, In August, to avoid the lapsing of obligation limitation, state DOTs are given access to any anticipated unused obligation limitation that they can commit above and beyond their initial share by the end of the fiscal year on September 30th. This is known as August redistribution.
Okay, Google. Did the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act include large amounts of discretionary funding?
On the website ddrpc.org, they say, total funding, $7.5 billion over 5 years, $5 billion in formula funding and $2.5 billion in discretionary funding.
Okay, Google. What's necessary to make a project a shovel-ready status?
I don't know the answer to that specific question, but according to checklist.gg, the checklist includes a range of items, such as identifying key stakeholders, developing a timeline and budget, defining project scope and objectives, and assessing resource availability. It also includes steps to manage risk, such as developing contingency plans and identifying potential project risks.
Okay, Google. Tell me about the Alawai Canal pedestrian bridge in Honolulu.
Alawai Bridge Night Bridge. Here you go.
Okay, Google. Tell me about the Marlin Road Improvement Planning Project in Florida.
On the website bikeleague.org, they say, in Florida, $741,000 went towards the Marlin Road Improvement Planning Project. This project focuses on Florida's complete streets and safety improvements by designing and constructing 10 feet wide, high visibility crosswalks, as well as a pedestrian refuge island, medians.
This project will also install more 5-foot wide sidewalks, accessibility ramps, and new bicycle lanes. Okay, Google. Tell me about the Safe Routes to Schools grant that went to Waiakea schools in Hawaii.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google. Tell me about the Safe Routes to School grant that went to the WAIAKEA schools.
On the website bikeleague.org, they say, Hawaii saw 2 major projects funded, $8 million for the Alawai Canal pedestrian bridge to improve connectivity, travel distance, and pedestrian safety between 2 densely populated areas, and $2,811,573 towards Safe Routes to Waiakea schools to construct, improve, and extend sidewalks and bike lanes within them.
Okay, Google. How did Rick Larson get more funding for transportation alternatives?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
New transportation alternatives funding coming your way, bikeleague.org blog. Okay. Okay, Google. Who is House T&I Chair Sam Graves?
According to Wikipedia, Samuel Bruce Graves Jr. is an American aviator and politician best known for serving in the U.S. House of Representatives for Missouri's 6th Congressional District, with him being the dean.
Okay, Google. Who is the Senate Environment and Public Works Chair?
I found a table on Wikipedia that probably has your answer.
Shelley Moore Capito, Sheldon Whitehouse, and the Standing Committee. Structure seats 19 members. United States Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works. Okay. Okay, Google. Who is Tom Carper?
According to Wikipedia, Thomas Richard Carper is an American politician and former military officer who served from 2001 to 2025 as a United States Senator from Delaware. A member of the Democratic Party, Carper served from 1983 to 1993 in the United States House of Representatives and from 1993 to 2001 as the 71st Governor of Delaware.
Okay, Google, read me the latest blog post from the League of American Bicyclists.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Okay, Google, what's the latest news from the League of American Bicyclists?
Here's the latest news.
Hello, I'm Mark Mulligan with the League of American Bicyclists, and I'm here to talk to you about the Smart Cycling course. The League of American Bicyclists goes back all the way to 1880, has been teaching cycling all that time. And when it was only 4 years old, one of the people who learned to ride was Mark Twain, who said, by all means, cycle. You'll enjoy it if you live. So in keeping with what Mark Twain said, we want to teach you how to ride safely.
Okay, Google, stop. Okay, Google, who is Jamil Modafari? Okay. Okay, Google, tell me about the scholarships to end the National Bike Summit.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google, scholarships to attend the National Bike Summit in 2025.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Some scholarships leave American Bicycles. Summit FAQ. Each year we offer scholarships to those who, without financial assistance, would not be able to attend the conference. Okay, Google, what are polyvagal exercises?
On the website AccentusHealthTMS.com, they say, polyvagal exercises are a set of practices aimed at stimulating the vagus nerve in the social engagement system.
Okay, Google, find me the article Parent-Child Journey, an individualized approach to raising your challenging child.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Dr. Shapiro provides a truly individualized approach to helping children with a broad range of behavioral challenges. He demystifies behavior management. Okay, cool. Tell me about the Queen City Bike Collective in Manchester, New Hampshire.
Queen City Bicycle Collective. Here you go.
Okay, Google, what has the Queen City Bike Collective accomplished?
On the website businessnhmagazine.com, they say, one of the programs Queen City Bike Collective is proud of, Easterly says, is the Earn a Bike program, which expanded from 140 elementary students last year to 235 this year. Since 2015, elementary school children have been able to earn bikes by demonstrating academic achievement and leadership skills.
Okay, Google, who is Marley Townsend?
Here you go.
Okay, Google, how many bicyclists were killed in 2023?
On the website injuryfacts.nsc.org, they say, of the 1,377 bicyclist deaths in 2023, 937 died in motor vehicle crashes and 440 in other incidents, according to National Center for Health Statistics mortality data.
Okay, Google, why are states focusing on lowering the speed limits?
On the website nhtsa.gov, they say, lower speed limits can reduce crashes and casualties on highways and in urban areas, and potentially in rural areas when lower limits result in reduced speeds.
Okay, Google. How have states increased funding on biking and walking projects?
On the website education.ohio.gov, they say, recently, Ohio Governor Mike DeWine and Ohio Department of Transportation Director Jack Marchbanks announced an investment of more than $8 million in projects that focus on the safety of children who walk or bike to school.
Okay, Google. What's the Every Ride Counts project?
I don't know, but I found these results
Okay,
on
Google.
search.
What's the Every Ride Counts project?
On the website nadtc.org, they say, the goal of the campaign is to promote the availability and accessibility of transportation options for older adults, people with disabilities, and caregivers in communities around the country.
Okay, Google. Tell me about Washington's signature youth education initiative for bikes.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google. Tell me about Kansas's statewide bike plan.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google. Tell me about New Hampshire's 2 bicycle-friendly actions.
On the website cyclingwest.com, they say, New Hampshire had one of the 10 largest ranking improvements thanks to being the only state recognized for taking 2 bicycle-friendly actions it had not taken in our last ranking by adopting a new statewide bike plan and spending more than 2% of its federal transportation funds on bicycling and walking.
Okay, Google. Tell me about Kentucky's statewide bike plan.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google. Tell me about Maine's statewide bike plan.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google. Tell me about Oklahoma's statewide bike plan.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google. Tell me about South Carolina's statewide bike plan.
On the website bikelead.org, they say, in 2022, South Carolina adopted its first ever statewide pedestrian and bicycle safety plan. This should provide a basis for investments, safety improvements, and coordination with communities throughout the state.
Spend at least 2% of federal transportation funds on biking and walking improvements. Okay, Google, tell me about the 2025 Advocacy and Education Awards from League of American Bicyclists.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google, who is Angela Alsobrooks?
According to Wikipedia, Angela Denise Alsobrooks is an American lawyer and politician serving as the junior United States Senator from Maryland, a seat she has held since 2025. A member of the Democratic Party, she served as county executive of Prince George's County, Maryland, from 2018 to 2024, and as the county state's attorney from 2010 to 2018.
Okay, Google, tell me about the E-Bike Act.
Here you go.
Electric Bicycle Incentive Kickstart for the Environment Act? Okay. Okay, Google, tell me about Adam Schiff.
According to Wikipedia, Adam Bennett Schiff is an American lawyer, author, and politician serving as the junior United States Senator from California, a seat he has held since 2024. A member of the Democratic Party, Schiff served 12 terms in the United States House of Representatives from 2001 to 2024 and was a member of the California State Senate from 1996 to 2000.
Okay, Google, tell me about the Commerce Committee.
According to Wikipedia, the United States Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation is a standing committee of the United States Senate.
Okay, Google, tell me about the Safe Streets for All program.
On the website allentownpa.gov, they say, SS4A is a U.S. Department of Transportation program that provides grants to local communities for planning and implementation activities to prevent deaths and serious injuries on roadways.
Okay, Google, what is RAISE program?
On the website build.ca.gov, they say, the Rebuilding American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity Grant Program supports projects that improve safety, economic strength, and global competitiveness, equity, and climate and sustainability. RAISE is intended for capital investments in surface transportation that will have a significant local or.
Okay, Google, who is John Fetterman?
According to Wikipedia, John Carl Fetterman is an American politician serving as the senior United States Senator from Pennsylvania since 2023. A member of the Democratic Party, he served from 2006 to 2019 as the mayor of Braddock, Pennsylvania, and from 2019 to 2023 as the 34th Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania.
Okay, Google, who is Andy Kim?
According to Wikipedia, Andrew Kim is an American politician and former diplomat serving as the junior United States Senator from New Jersey since 2024. A member of the Democratic Party, he served from 2019 to 2024 as the U.S. Representative from New Jersey's 3rd Congressional District.
Okay, Google, who is Lisa Blunt Rochester?
According to Wikipedia, Lisa Luttrell Blunt Rochester is an American politician serving since 2025 as the junior United States Senator from Delaware. From 2017 to 2025, she served as the U.S. Representative for Delaware's at-large congressional district.
Okay, Google, tell me about the car safety standards done by the United States House of Representatives.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
NHTSA statutes, regulations, authorities, and FMVSS. NHTSA.gov. Okay, Google, tell me about the grant application for the government of Nashville-Davidson County.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google, tell me about the, never
Tell
mind,
about what?
the Train Urbano rail system in Puerto Rico.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google, tell me about Puerto Rico's active transportation plan.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google, tell me about Puerto Rico's active transportation plan.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
All right. Okay, Google, how will the city of Philadelphia close a gap in the Schuylkill River Trail?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google, how will the city of Port Clinton in Ohio do the Sandusky Bay Pathway?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google, how will the city of Lincoln make a bike plan?
On the website lincoln.na.gov, they say, background. In February 2018, the Lincoln Bike Plan kicked off with a series of public engagement activities and events. Over the course of a year, data and feedback was gathered and compiled, resulting in the final Lincoln Bike Plan, adopted by City Council in February 2019.
Oh, this is A-tips things. Okay, Google, how did Detroit, Michigan do the Joe Louis Greenway?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google, how did the Crow tribe do an I-90 pedestrian crossing project?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google, how did the city of Charlotte do the Albemarle Cultural Trail?
On the website charlotte.gov, they say, the city selected the Albemarle Road corridor as a priority through the Corridors of Opportunity program and conducted a robust study and community engagement process within the neighborhood to understand its residents' needs, challenges, and opportunities.
Okay, Google, how did the city of Bowling Green create an active transportation route?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google, how did the Merrimack Valley Planning Commission create a 24-mile spine?
I don't know, but
Ah! It's funny. MassTransitMag.com. Figures. Okay, Google. How did the city of Rockville conduct the Maryville Park to Redgate Park path study?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google. How did the Chickaloon Native Village do a corridor study?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google. How did the Santa Ynez Band of Chumash Indians do a public engagement?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Transportation spline again. Okay, Google. How did the city of Nampa plan an active transportation plan?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Oh, there it is. Okay, Google. Who is Shelby Mako Ottengeheim?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Ha! Okay, Google. Tell me about Senator John Curtis.
According to Wikipedia, John Ream Curtis is an American politician serving since 2025 as the junior United States Senator from Utah. A member of the Republican Party, Curtis served from 2017 to 2025 as the U.S. Representative for Utah's 3rd Congressional District and from 2010 to 2017 as the 44th Mayor of Provo.
Okay, Google. Tell me about the Surface Transportation Block Grant.
On the website fhwa.gov, they say, the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program provides flexible funding that may be used by states and localities for projects to preserve and improve the conditions and performance on any federal aid highway, bridge and tunnel projects on any public road, pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure, and transit capital.
Oh. Okay, Google. What is a free-range child?
According to Wikipedia, free-range parenting is the concept of raising children in the spirit of encouraging them to function independently and with limited parental supervision, in accordance with their age of development and with a reasonable acceptance of realistic personal risks. It is seen as the opposite of helicopter parenting.
Okay, Google. What is an equity scholarship?
On the website satak.edu.au, they say, equity scholarships are university-funded payments. They support undergraduate students with low socioeconomic status who can show financial disadvantage.
Okay, Google. How do you know you're social justice oriented?
On the website onlinedegrees.kent.edu, they say, typically, those who strive for social justice seek a redistribution of power to enhance the well-being of individuals through equal access to healthcare, justice, and economic opportunity.
Hmm. Okay, Google. Why do homeless people seem to be out of it?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google. Do homeless people have brainouts more often?
On the website sciencedirect.com, they say, results. The findings indicate that TBI history in the homeless population was higher, 79.7%, than in the general population, 12%. Almost half of the population, 49.2%, reported that their TBI occurred before the age of 18.
Traumatic
Of
brain
the
injury.
participants, 68.2% reported sustaining a TBI with loss of consciousness.
Okay, Google. How to learn Reiki?
On the website takingcharge.csh.umn.edu, they say, no special background or credentials are needed to receive training. One of the hallmarks of Reiki practice is its simplicity. It can be learned in about 10 hours of in-person training, generally offered in group class formats, and doesn't require knowledge of either subtle bioenergy or healthcare.
Okay, Google. How to understand sermons?
On the website ftc.co, they say, here's a tip for finding the central truth of the sermon. Generally, it is a sentence that the preacher keeps saying repeatedly for emphasis. Once you find it, write it down and lock it down in your mind. Everything the preacher says in the sermon is about this one main, central truth or principle.
Okay, Google. What companies advertise on Fox News?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google. What's the American Civil Liberties Union?
According to Wikipedia, the American Civil Liberties Union is an American nonprofit civil rights organization founded in 1920. ACLU affiliates are active in all 50 states, Washington, D.C., and Puerto Rico.
Okay, Google. What are the Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics
Here you go.
in Washington? Okay, Google. Who are the Center for Biological Diversity?
According to Wikipedia, the Center for Biological Diversity is a nonprofit membership organization known for its work protecting endangered species through legal action, scientific petitions, creative media, and grassroots activism. It was founded in 1989 by Kieran Suckling, Peter Galvin, Todd Schulke, and Robin Silver.
Okay, Google. What is the Environmental Defense Fund?
According to Wikipedia, Environmental Defense Fund, or EDF, is a United States-based nonprofit environmental advocacy group. The group is known for its work on issues including global warming, ecosystem restoration, oceans, and human health, and advocates using sound science, economics, and law to find environmental solutions that work.
Okay, Google. Who are Common Cause?
According to Wikipedia, Common Cause is a watchdog group based in Washington, D.C., with chapters in 35 states.
Okay, Google. Who is the American Prospect?
According to Wikipedia, the American Prospect is a daily online and bi-monthly print American political and public policy magazine dedicated to American modern liberalism and progressivism.
Okay,
Based
Google.
in Washington.
What's the Atlantic?
According to Wikipedia, The Atlantic is an American magazine and multi-platform publisher based in Washington, D.C. It features articles on politics, foreign affairs,
Okay, Google.
business, and the...
What's the New Yorker?
According to Wikipedia, The New Yorker is an American magazine featuring journalism,
Okay, Google.
commentary.
What is Business Insider?
According to Wikipedia, Business Insider is a New York City-based
Okay, Google.
multinational...
What is Democracy Now?
Here's the latest news.
Okay, Google, stop. Okay, Google, what is Americans for Tax Fairness?
According to Wikipedia, Americans for Fair Taxation, AFFT, also known as Fairtax.org, is a U.S. political advocacy group based in Clearwater, Florida that is dedicated to fundamental tax code replacement. It is made up of volunteers who are working to get the Fair Tax Act, HR.
Okay, Google, what is the Economic Policy Institute?
According to Wikipedia, the Economic Policy Institute is a 501 nonprofit American think tank based in Washington, D.C.
Okay,
that
Google,
carries out...
what is the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities?
According to Wikipedia, the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities is a progressive American think tank that analyzes the
Okay,
impact
Google,
of federal...
what is The Guardian?
According to Wikipedia, The Guardian is a British daily newspaper.
Okay,
It was founded
Google,
in
what is ProPublica?
According to Wikipedia, ProPublica, legally ProPublica, Inc., is a nonprofit investigative journalism organization
Google.
based in New...
What is Labor Notes?
According to Wikipedia, Labor Notes is an American nonprofit organization and network for rank-and-file union members and grassroots labor
Okay, Google.
activists.
What is The Lever?
According to Wikipedia, a lever is a simple
Okay,
machine
Google,
consisting...
what is the news outlet The Lever?
Here's news about lever.
Okay, Google, stop. Okay, Google, what is popular information?
Here you go.
Okay, Google, who is Heather Cox Richardson?
According to Wikipedia, Heather Cox Richardson is an American historian who works as a professor of history at Boston College, where she teaches courses on the American Civil War, the Reconstruction era, the American West, and the Plains Indians. She previously taught history at MIT and the University of Massachusetts Amherst.
Okay, Google, how to push for progressive measures?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google, how to work with labor unions?
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google, how to keep faith in the United States?
I don't know, but I
Collective
found these
bargaining
results on search.
Yeah. Okay, Google, look for sanctuary cities.
According to Wikipedia, a sanctuary city is a municipality that limits or denies its cooperation with the national government in enforcing immigration law. A
Okay,
city's
Google.
council...
What are red cards?
Here's the definition of red card.
Okay,
In
Google,
soccer and some...
what are red cards from the Legal Resources Center for Immigrants?
On the website ilrc.org, they say, the ILRC introduced the red cards in 2007 after a spate of workplace raids fueled fear in immigrant communities. The cards, the size of a credit card, detail legal rights for immigrants if targeted by federal agents.
Okay, Google, GoFundMe campaigns for legal campaigns for local politicians.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Okay, Google. How do I become a citizen archivist for the National Archives?
On the website archives.gov, they say, citizen archivists must register for a free user account in order to contribute to the National Archives catalog by clicking on the Login, Sign Up button. This button is found in the top right corner of the catalog. We encourage you to read our citizen contribution policy.
Huh? Oh, okay. In 2022, one of Peter Thiel's favorite thinkers envisioned a second Trump administration in which the federal government would be run by a CEO. Wow. Rage, retire all government employees. Huh. Dang. Well, I think I'm going to stop this for tonight.